Flight 745 Heavy Dreamliner, traffic 5 7 on point.
Runway, moment 27 for 2058.
Descending level, just speaking to Kansas City. 0.00. Japan 66 heavy lumber tower, traffic holding in position, runway 27, clear for us. KLM 639 heavy, turn left, Bravo 9, taxi to stop 1 via Bravo. Contact the ramp 129er, flight 77, traffic in position.
129er, 77,
That was KLM flight 639 coming in from Amsterdam on the 787-10 Dreamliner. Welcome back to San Diego, everyone. Lined up there on runway 27 heading to Vegas. Spirit Airlines flight 2058. Spirit says, maybe not. Oh, poor Spirit. For Spirit's going to be pulling out of San Diego here next month. Don't give up already, Spirit. All right, up next, Air Canada Rouge, flight 16A3, committed from Toronto. It's an A320. Spirit gonna try again. To Vegas, flight 2058, 7-year-old A320. Next arrival is another heavy, Japan Airlines flight 66, coming from Tokyo to Rita, 787-8 Dreamliner. Now let's head to the Dreamliner arrival. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for tuning in here. I'm your Plane Jockey Kevin. Some of you guys asking about the traffic. It was horrible. That's why I was late here today. Just over 2.5 hours. A lot of construction on the 5 and the 405, which traffic was just not the best here this morning.
Oh, we're still calculating 3.1.
Number 7, traffic holding in position, runway 27, clear to land.
Mons, how are we doing on the balance of audio? Is it okay?
667, turn left Bravo 9er, turn right Bravo, taxi spot 1.
Of course, today is a big day for San Diego. Today is the first day for the new Terminal 1 here in San Diego. First flights arriving this morning. Oh, I had no idea that there was actually gates on the opposite side. Wow. Holy moly. I had no idea. I thought it was just on the north side. North and south side of Terminal 1. Holy moly. Well, now we know. Next arrival is Southwest Airlines Flight 794, committed from Albuquerque, 737-700. We have a lineup of planes about to take off on 27, includes United Airlines Flight 2855, heading to SFO on a 737 MAX 8. Also Alaska Airlines Flight 1073, heading to Portland on a 737 MAX 9. Southwest Airlines Flight 1772, heading to Oakland at 737 MAX 8. And Alaska Airlines Flight 899 heading to Kona, 737-800. Keep it classy, Kevin. Yes, I'm trying to.
71521, number 7, cleared to land.
Screen here real quick. Hello everyone, I'm your Plane Jockey Kevin. We're here in San Diego, this very classy city. Back at it again for more live plane spotting action. As I mentioned, today is a big day. Terminal 1 grand opening here today, Tuesday. The first flight arriving this morning on Southwest. Lots of people there clapping and cheering on the passengers as they got off the plane this morning. So Terminal 1 officially open here in San Diego. And of course, we got you covered. Sit back, relax. Make sure to hit that like button if you haven't yet. And hit that subscribe button as we got the planes flying right above our heads. Up close action like you don't see anywhere else right here on the Airline Videos Live. Thanks, you guys. All right, let's get back to the action. Of course, we also have the San Diego Bay. Boy, there are lots of ships out there. There's, count them, 3 aircraft carriers. 3 docked over there.
Bravo 7, turn left Bravo 7, turn left Bravo, contact them.
Bravo 7, Bravo 7, up there, 480.
United 2855, wind 2907, runway 27, clear for takeoff.
Runway 27, at 2855.
Are we good with the audio mods? Sorry, I asked that question and then I forgot to look at the chat. Sounds good. I can turn it up a little bit. I can always turn it up. All right, next arrival, already short final for runway 27. flight coming from Sacramento, flight 4344. This Alaska flight heading to Portland on the 737 MAX 9.
Turn left, Bravo, middle, Anderson, contact now.
Runway level down, Southwest 21.
Alaska 1073, traffic 2 mile, final runway 27, clear for immediate takeoff.
Good thing, guys.
San Diego Tower, helicopter 723, Mike Lima, about 2 miles to the north of Crystal Pier with Mike. Requesting southbound transition for the Bay Court.
Helicopter 723, Mike Lima, limber tide, cleared under San Diego cross level, roof offshore at a below 500. Altimeter 2985, reported to reach clear, again served.
723, Mike Lima, we are cleared into the airspace out of below 500 and 2985, thank you.
All right, up next, ready. Short final.
Alaska 1030, next level, no contact with the traffic, 9 mile final, runway 27, line of point.
Runway 27, Southwest 1770.
Discretion, no, I'm not Mike Lima, I'll do it, but the next one will speak here.
Sorry about that, remember.
American 1621, turn left, Bravo, turn right, Bravo, contact down.
Runway Bravo, contact down.
Sky 3212, on the back of you, second.
An American flight coming in from Philadelphia, flight 1621. It was an A321 Neo.
Southwest 1772, runway 27,
Daniel, with the $10 super chat. Thank you so much. Daniel,
Last
oops.
99, number tower, traffic, 5 mile final, runway 27, line of point.
Appreciate that support. Thank you, Daniel.
Sky 3212, on the side, traffic, holding in position, runway 27, clear.
27, runway, I'm down 30.
Southwest 1772, contact to go back.
To departure, Southwest 1772, flight.
It's Alaska flight heading to Kona, flight 899, the 737-800, be followed by Alaska Airlines flight 737 heading to Atlanta.
Clear to go, 27, Alaska 899.
The flight to Atlanta on the 737-900ER.
Mike Lima, reporting the pier.
Number 3, Mike Lima, Louis, San Diego, North, south, contact Island Tower, 135.1.
135.1, thank you.
It's a beautiful day here in San Diego. Blue skies. A little warm, nothing too majorly hot, though you can smell fall is in the air. Second day of autumn. Definitely starting to feel a little bit of it here in the Southland.
Take care, last 899.
Alaska 737 on the tower, traffic 6 mile final and right 27 along the point.
Boy 27, Alaska 737. Good morning, tower, experimental 7 Whiskey Kilo, Mount Soledad with a coordinated photo point.
Something to do with a helicopter over the San Diego Bay.
Number tower, 0346.
0346, 7 Whiskey Kilo.
3212, turn left over 8, contact down.
Left over after 3212.
Number 7 Whiskey radar contact for a mile north of Mount Soledad. Altitude indicates 3,600. But anything we cross over space, two directions may be westbound. Remain a mile north of the ship.
Look at this flying into Atlanta, Georgia, the 737-900ER. Vince with the $10 super chat. Thank you so much, Vince. Says, love to see you at my home airport. Treat yourself to number 1 at the double, the In-N-Out double fries and a drink on the way home. Can't wait to stop by stream. But school is done for the semester at USC or UCLA. Neither. Michigan State. Now that we're all all part of the Big Ten now. Sorry. Thank you. Appreciate that awesome support. Airlines heading to Denver, flight 1337 to 737-800, followed by Alaska Skywest, flight 3347, heading to SFO on an E-jet.
Yes, I can. So number 7 Whiskey Kilo, Roger, expect that.
And our legend Jane with a $550 super chat to Tip Alert. Thank you so much, Jane. Jane says, have a great show, Kevin. I was in Shop AVL and saw the Halloween drawstring bag. It looks awesome. I had to buy one. Well, thank you so much, Jane. Yeah, those are for the kids to take out and go trick-or-treating. Of course, anybody can use a drawstring bag. Thank you so much, Jane. Awesome support as always. I'm missing a plane. Oh, let me get this plane because it's a plane, Jane. I'll come back to you, Jane. This is a Plane Jane 737. Not on Flight Radar, that's why I missed it. You never know what you're going to see here in San Diego. Kevin, you have to have your head on a swivel.
Line up for 1 runway 27, United 3037.
I think this happened to us last time we were here. Didn't see anything on the radar. Bingo! Comes to catch of the day.
November 7 Whiskey Kilo, proceed direct to destination.
Okay, proceed direct for Whiskey Kilo.
From 5 to turn left unable, turn left Bravo, contact down.
Okay, left unable on contact. Good.
Larry says it was on your Flight radar. How come it wasn't on mine?
1337, runway 27, clear
What do
for
we know?
takeoff.
Runway 27, clear for takeoff, United 1337.
Oh, it is on flight radar. All right. Well, not much information. It's a 737-800. Not quite sure where it came in from. All right. Jane, thank you again for your awesome support. Thank you so much. And thanks for shopping at shopavl.com, the drawstring bag. Great for any occasion. Of course, if you go trick-or-treating as well, it's great to put your candy in there. Thank you so much. Good to be back here in San Diego. It's a little warm here today, but I think we'll be just fine. Of course, we'll be just fine. Also, I want to make an announcement that we will not be here next week in San Diego, as we are taking you back north. We're going the opposite direction on the 405 and the 5. We'll take you to SFO. SFO next week, days, Wednesday and Thursday. Wednesday, Thursday, so there will be no Tuesday show. There will be no Friday show. The shows will be back-to-back. Wednesday, Thursday up there, up north at SFO. That is next week. Then a few weeks, 3 weeks from now, we take you to New York, to the JFK TWA Hotel. Ooh, what's going on over here?
We had a 1337, contact for credit pressure.
United 1337.
We do have a Delta 757-300 heading to Detroit, flight 492. We'll be taking off at number 2.
Additional traffic holding in position, runway 27, clear to land.
I don't know anything about aircraft carriers, so is that normal? Is something burning?
Delta 492, number car traffic will cross downfield, traffic 8 mile final.
Oh, you guys are saying the plane that Jane that came in from Vegas, she is about to cross over runway 27.
American 2050, number car traffic holding in position, runway 27, clear to land. 3347, contact for call departure.
Departure code 3347.
Delta 492, runway 27, clear for takeoff.
Delta 492, runway 27, taking off.
Oh, the plane named Jane is Avalo. Aha. I think I know what it's doing here. Mods, we're not having an issue with stuttering on the stream, are we? Is it stuttering? Is the video stuttering? Or is it smooth?
American 2050 traffic orbiting 2 miles south of the 5 mile finals in RV 2000. Still remain south at all times. RV 7160 traffic 10 mile final 4,600 descending American airbus. First 7160, ready to separation approved.
Okay, it's just on my end then. That's what I like to hear. Thank you, mods. All right, the Delta 757-300 taking off, heading back to Detroit, home of the winning Detroit Lions. Boy, that was a game last night, wasn't it?
Delta 492, contact for call departure.
Next arrival is American Airlines Flight 2122, coming from Phoenix, 737-800.
Number 7 with you, able to dissident. American 2687, runway 27, clear for takeoff.
Takeoff runway 27, American 2687.
The Flight Deck Live becoming a silver member once again. Thank you so much. That was the flight coming in from Phoenix.
American 2122, turn left, Bravo, turn right, Bravo, contact ground.
Runway Bravo ground, American 21.
Do a little ship spotting here in the meantime. If you guys are just joining us, we do have 3 aircraft carriers that are docked. 1, 2, and 3.
Next
arrival is American Airlines Flight 2050, coming in from Dallas, Fort Worth, Texas, an A321, the Southwest flight heading to Vegas, Flight 3347.
Final. Airbus 321, 5,307. November 71, could you over separation, please? Over shot, big one. First down in the car. Big one, big one.
Right over our head. Wow. Had to straighten out there. A little to the right there, American.
Please go on in a contact for unofficial Southwest Station for Southwest, altimeter 2185. Third left. There's a mile south of the 5-mile final orbiting RB 1600. Cahill and Spirit maintain visible separation and will remain south of final. Additional traffic holding in position, runway 27 for the west. American 2050, turn left Bravo 8, turn right Bravo, contact ground.
Bravo, United American.
Again, this flight heading to Vegas, the second flight heading to Albuquerque. Next arrival is United Airlines Flight 660 coming in from Chicago O'Hare. It's a brand new A321 Neo.
Southwest 4318, number 5, traffic is final, runway 27, line of flight.
Line of flight 243.
A 737-700 flight heading to Albuquerque in New Mexico.
Southwest 4318, runway 27, clear for takeoff.
277, takeoff, 4318.
Southwest 3347, contact SoCal departure.
SoCal, Southwest 3347.
Looks like we have a ATR 42. Little FedEx
next
feeder.
arrival now, 15 miles east of the field, Airbus 321, 5,270.
Usually we see those arrive from Tijuana.
Southwest 4318, contact SoCal departure.
Good day, transport Aviation.
It's heading to Tijuana, short flight. FedEx feeder, flight 8123. Scheduled departure time was 10:44 this morning, so it's running about an hour late here.
To a 2 miles south of a 5-mile final of an RV, 1,300. November 7 with Secure Roger. Hold at 7 position for now. Starting to count behind the top of the final. November 7 with Secure. Do you want to go direct north or do you plan to go over the Colombo or something? November 7 with Secure Roger.
That was the United A321 Neo flight coming in from Chicago O'Hare.
Airline
United 660, turn left, double, turn right, Bravo, contact line.
3 Bravo, ground United 60.
Please send maintain VFR out of below 1,000 for RG traffic. Please send, did you have the RV on site? Please send out to bring separation through with the RV altitude or discretion to the east sector then. Auto 8123, wind 270 at 7, runway 27, cleared for takeoff.
Let's take off runway 27, Transo 8123.
37 Whiskey Kilo, just over a 5-mile final, southbound to helicopter, 900. They have you in sight maintaining visual separation.
Right, rolling down to 27, heading to Tijuana.
Yeah.
November 7 Whiskey Kilo, Roger, maintain visual separation with both of them. Caution wait turbulence for the Airbus. Proceed northbound behind the Airbus. This one, the RV has you inside as well, maintain visual separation. Stand 531, number 10. Stand 531, surface under the front double rest northbound offshore at below 500. Number altimeter 2985, report, crystal clear. Auto 8123, contact Boca departure.
Just going to give you a shot of the new Terminal 1 that just opened up here today. A lot of action there with Southwest and Spirit. Next arrival is Delta Airlines flight 552 coming from JFK. It's an A321 Neo, followed by Breeze flight 754 coming from Raleigh, Durham. It's an A220-300. Should be followed by Southwest Airlines flight 1989 coming from New Orleans and a 737-700.
RB 7 Whiskey Kilo, do you need flight following at all? Thank you. RB 7 Whiskey Kilo, Roger.
Got that new terminal smell. So big day here in San Diego with the grand opening of Terminal 1. Terminal 2, the old Terminal 2 will be demolished and rebuilt. All right, so up next, the flight coming in from JFK, an A321 Neo. was some interesting news coming out this week about Delta and some of their A321 Neos that apparently have been sitting out in the deserts. Took delivery and instantly put them out in the sun. And that has to do, apparently, these A321 Neos that were delivered. And we've been talking about this for a while. I was kind of expecting that Delta would put some of their suite type product into the A321 Neos, like we're seeing on JetBlue, of course. We'll be seeing that on United. American coming out with their flagship on their A321 XLRs. Anyway, so apparently, and I don't know how long this has been going on for, but they've been waiting for the FAA to give a go-ahead on these new pods that they were going to put on the A321 Neos. Well, the planes have been waiting out there in the desert for some time, and, you know, if a plane's not in the air, it's not making any money. So Delta has decided for a temporary basis, this will not be long-term, temporarily, they're going to put, was it 13 rows of their typical first class on an A321. There's going to be a total of 44 seats, first class seats. A lot of people are like saying, well, how is the flight attendants, how are they going to serve that many people in first class on a single aisle airplane? Also, a lot of Comfort Plus seats going to be going into these planes. This is going to be temporary until they get the approval for the new pod setup on their A321 Neos. So, not quite sure where those A321 Neos, I think there's only four or seven of these A321 Neos. No one knows exactly what route they're going to be put on. My guess would be New York to JFK. It's the Breeze Airbus A220-300 flight coming in from Raleigh, Durham. Eric says that means coach gets nothing. Yeah, pretty much. The majority of that plane is going to be either first class or Comfort Plus. Good luck to anybody flying economy on those planes. But like I said, it's only going to be a temporary thing once they get approval for their new pods, which would be interesting because I would assume they're going to look a lot like the JetBlue Mint suites, the new flagship with American. They kind of all have that same look, which I kind of expected because JetBlue's been so successful with their Mint product on their A321s, certainly A321 Neos, that I kind of expected that other airlines would look at that and go, oh, a lot of people like that. Why can't we do the same on our A321s? So, should be interesting. Joni, you're right. It's going to cost $1,800. If you're lucky, I would say it's more like going to be like 21. I don't know. Delta One is pretty expensive.
Turn left Bravo, contact ground.
Bravo 8 Bravo, contact.
That was Southwest Airlines coming in from New Orleans, flight 1989 and the 737-700. Next arrival, Southwest Airlines flight 1795 coming in from Phoenix and the 737-800. Avenor 0293 with a $5 super check. Good to see you, Avenor. Says, I'm surprised Lufthansa is going to keep their A340-300 fleet longer than their A340-600 fleet. I didn't hear about that. I am actually a little shocked by that. Next arrival is Delta Airlines flight 1296 coming in from Salt Lake City in A321, followed by JetBlue flight 219 coming in from Boston on an A321. Southwest Airlines flight 3301 coming in from Vegas, 737-700, just 10 minutes out. Beep beep. Ding ding. There goes the trolley. Look how beautiful, blue skies. Jonas is saying a Alice Air 747 just took off from LAX heading to San Diego Naval Air Station. Huh. Thank you, Jonas. Oh yeah, it looks like Breeze is in the new Terminal 1 as well. Flight heading to Miami, a Challenger 300 heading over here to runway 27.
129.77.
Okay, let's go to 596.4 via Bravo over to end.
Go to 1206 December. JetBlue 219, Lindbergh Tower, runway 27, clear to land.
Good afternoon, good morning, Iconic 301, hold it short, runway 27.
Iconic 301, Lindbergh Tower without delay, runway 27, clear for takeoff, traffic, 4.5 mile final.
Clear for takeoff, runway 27, Iconic 30.
JetBlue 219, traffic, departing Saudi Arabia.
Copy, zero today.
right, no delay on this. Should be a turn and burn.
Roger, living standing above airspace to the north and a half mile radar service, terminated frequency change approved.
Next arrival is at JetBlue A321, flight coming from Boston, flight 219.
301, contact for cut apart.
Wrong. I contact 301.
Contact 7301, number carrier, 1970, clear to land.
Arrival is Southwest Airlines flight 3301 coming in from Vegas, 700. Avenor 0293 back with a 5 down the super jet. Thanks so much, Avenor. Lufthansa apparently finds the A340-300 easier to maintain and as well as fuel efficient because of the underpowered CFM at 56 engines. Interesting. I bet you anything also, Alvanor. There's a few airlines out there that are probably looking at those A340-600s as cargo conversion. If you remember European cargo, there used to be one A340-600 that was based out of LAX, and it would fly to Shenzhen on a daily basis. If you guys remember that, that was about 2-3 years ago. They're still in operation. Obviously, they're there in Europe, but that A340-600 is now based back there in Europe. But they're still in operation. And of course, they have a lot of Virgin Atlantic A340-600s. So I'm sure there's probably Lufthansa could probably resell those for a good penny. Arrival is a Southwest flight coming in from Vegas. This flight heading to Phoenix, flight 3236 and the 737-700. Followed by a flight to Baltimore, Maryland. It's Southwest Airlines flight 574, 737 MAX 8. Also have United Airlines flight 2237 heading to Houston at a 737-900. Also making its way down for a takeoff.
7666 in the center. Bravo 3301, turn left, Bravo 7, turn left, Bravo, contact ground.
Left Bravo 7, left Bravo, over the ground, Southwest 330.
Southwest 3236, wind 270 at 8, runway 27, clear for takeoff.
Takeoff 27, Southwest 3230.
Also have the corporate jets
Southwest 7,
also waiting for takeoff.
Crossing right turbulence, departing 737, and diverging course, runway 27, line of flight.
27, line of flight, about 67676.
Southwest 7666, wind 2707, runway 27, clear for takeoff.
Runway 27, clear for takeoff, run 7666.
Southwest 574, wind for tower, runway 27, line of flight.
1.27, Southwest 574.
Southwest 3236, contact for departure.
Today, Southwest 3236.
Okay. Southwest 574, wind 2707, runway 27, clear for takeoff.
It's the flight heading to Baltimore, Maryland at 737 MAX 8, followed by the United flight heading to Houston, flight 2237.
It's 7666, contact for departure.
On departure, Western 7666 p.m.
United 2237, number tower, runway 27, line of flight.
Out to wait on 2237.
Heading to Houston, Texas.
Southwest 574, contact for departure.
Departure, Southwest 574.
United 2237, runway 27, clear for takeoff.
Please take off 27, United 2237.
Ooh, I hear a helicopter. Where is it? Where is it? I hear it. I don't see it.
3499, number 5 traffic holding in position, runway 27, clear to land. Yeah, 2237, contact Lookout Approach.
Approach 2237.
Southwest 2302, number 5, ready to go, do you need a minute?
We're going to need a minute for Southwest 2202.
Southwest 2202, up there, 5 heading.
Ronald back with the $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Ronald. This is good afternoon, Kevin. It's that new terminal in the background. Sorry, but my $5 might get you 1 gallon of gas on your way back to LA. Not even that, Ronald. I think it's $5.80 something a gallon for 91 octane. That's what the Toyota wants. Be fed 91 octane. Can you believe that? Yes, that is Terminal 1. That is the brand new Terminal 1 just opening up today. Grand opening this morning. Southwest had the first flight in there this morning. There's a bunch of social media online. You can find it. A lot of people from the airport, including Southwest, welcoming everyone as they got off the plane. Southwest flight heading to Sacramento, flight 2302, a 737 MAX 8, followed by a flight heading to Dallas Love Field at a 737-700. The third Southwest flight heading to San Jose, flight 794, 737-700. We'll also throw in another Alaska flight, this one heading to Seattle, flight 1137 on the 737 MAX 9. It's birds. Here I thought it was a flock of F-18s. Back to our regularly scheduled programming. Our next arrival is Alaska SkyWest flight 3499, coming from San Jose in E-Jet, followed by Alaska Airlines flight 15 coming in from Reagan National to 737-800, followed by Alaska Airlines in Tiana's Bayou Adventure Livery flight 1273 coming in from Phoenix in the 737-800. Those are some pretty big birds. You have to admit. Pelicans, aren't they? Well, I mean, there's a lot of them. Obviously, they got their eyes on something.
Bravo, Center Line.
Bravo 7 Bravo, Southwest 1217.
Runway 27 for takeoff.
Clear to take off 27 Southwest 1860.
Don't worry, Shrimp Fleet. We'll get a good look at Tiana as she takes off in about an hour. Saw her on Sunday. It's not a big deal. I talked to Allison N this morning. I said, go figure. The one special livery that we got a good shot of on Sunday is the only real special livery coming here to San Diego today. Alex B with the $2 super check. Thanks so much, Alex. Says, can't beat the view of the airport. No, it's nothing like it. That is for sure. Thank you, Alex.
Southwest 1860 departure. Have a good day.
Delta flight coming from Atlanta on that A321. The Southwest flight heading to San Jose. Alright, so that Atlas Air looks like it's continuing to the south. I'll keep my eye out. Oh, I see it. I see it. I don't know if the camera's going to get it though.
Southwest 794, runway 276 for takeoff.
Runway 277 takeoff, Southwest 794.
So that was the Atlas Air coming in from the LAX, heading to North Island.
Alaska 1137, runway 27, switch to left.
1137, 27, switch to left.
Southwest 2305, verify runway 27, clear to land.
Airline 27, Southwest 2305.
Again, if you're just tuning in, this is an Alice Air 747-400 freighter that left LAX. Going to be landing in North Island here shortly.
Alaska 1137, contact for departure.
I was looking around 1137.
Hard to focus when it's under the water.
Southwest level down, 72305.
Okay, 932, the car is going to report to us at the landing in Aviation. Hold short, like you say.
Short 279.
Delta 2125, number 5, runway 27, clear to land. Delta 932, the car company 5 mile final, runway 279 forward.
Runway 279.
Delta 2125, company holding in position.
Copy, Delta 2125.
Delta flight heading to Atlanta, flight 932. It's an A321.
Delta 932, runway 27, clear to the left.
Pick up on 27, Delta 932.
That's 2053 Limerick Tower, runway 27, clear to land. 27, clear to land.
Let's go back to the Queen real quick. Got another shot of her.
932, contact with that departure. 50 bucks, get it up to 932.
Wonder if this is Captain JC. Captain JC, is that you over there? Putting on a show. Next arrival is Southwest Airlines Flight 2053 coming in from SFO, 737 to 800.
Yeah, 135 from left, Bravo 8, contact on.
Bravo 8 over to ground, Delta 2135.
You have Air Canada Rouge, the A320, heading it back to Toronto, heading down here for a takeoff on runway 27. I did not get to see that, Allison. Captain JC is going to be retiring in mid-November. He's trying to make his last flight into LAX on the big Sunday show. That would be amazing if he can get that to happen.
runway 27, clear for takeoff.
Clear takeoff 27, Southwest Runway.
682 on the car, traffic going into position runway 27, clear to land. On the car, traffic 6 mile per hour, 27 miles per hour. Last flight to Cleveland, 82 clear.
This tail on the Rouge. Also have that unmarked Ovalo 737 headed over here for a takeoff on 27.
1682, runway 27, touch the takeoff. Takeoff 200, 1680. into position, level 27, clear line.
Next arrival is United Airlines Flight 682 coming up from SFO 737-900, followed by Spirit Flight 2560 coming up from Vegas on an A320 Neo. Traffic 2.5 mile final, we'll make you 7 6 takeoff. 2 times, let's take a 5. Contact the departure. All departure, got 32, 14 good day. We'll be seeing the Coast Guard helicopter taking off from base here any second. Do with that Spirit A320 Neo up next for arrival.
3252 on the tower, traffic 6 mile per hour, 27 left wait. I'm waiting level 27, Cahill and Spirit. So 3264 on the tower, runway 27 for land. 3264, read back runway 27 to the line with the call sign. 3560 traffic holding, turn left Runway Bravo, contact ground.
Runway over ground, 3560.
role model, asking what time is the first heavy arrival. Actually, we've had 2 heavy arrivals. KLM 787-10 Dreamliner here today, coming in from Amsterdam, followed by Japan Airlines 787-8 Dreamliner came in from Tokyo to Rita. Almost back-to-back arrivals. Should be seeing those taken off here in the next hour. We do have British Airways and Lufthansa A350, British Airways 777, both running early here today. Still about an hour and a half, 2 hours away for those arrivals.
United 2033, R90 Road 2033, the Mercado runway 27, clear to land.
Next arrival on runway 27, Alaska Airlines flight 1108, committed from Seattle, 737-900ER, followed by Southwest Airlines flight 3264, committed from Oakland on a 737-700, followed by flight committed from Newark, United Airlines flight 2033 on a 737 MAX 8.
At 2033, SoCal advises reduced to normal approach speed. 33, we'll find out normal approach speed.
Any second. Some of you guys are asking how long am I here in San Diego. We're just here for the day. I usually drive down in the morning. Usually leave LAX around 8 a.m. in the morning. And I usually get up here to the airport around 10:30, 10:45. And then once the live stream is done later this afternoon, I will head back. Back up to 5, back up to 405, and back to LAX. Next week, by the way, I did make this announcement. Next week, we are taking you even farther north. SFO, San Francisco, next week, Wednesday and Thursday. Wednesday, Thursday, back-to-back shows there at SFO. So there will be no Tuesday and no Friday show next week. SFO, Wednesday, Thursday. We'll be back in LA for the big Sunday show. And then we've got a full week of either coming back down here to San Diego or staying up in LA. And then we take you to New York, mid-October. Then we take you to Dallas, Fort Worth, Texas, the beginning of November. So we've got a lot of travel coming up. And of course, we also have Phoenix in the mix as well. Once it starts cooling down in Phoenix, we'll start taking you to Phoenix. So there's going to be a lot of travel coming up in the next month, 2 months, 3 months, 5 months, the rest of the months. Yes, we're definitely going to be in Phoenix for Thanksgiving and Christmas this year. Oh, that's right. Lyric, the Game Boy. I'm forgetting. Ontario. Yeah, Ontario. Probably looking more like November, December. We'll go back to Ontario for some exclusive airside access.
contact ground, yeah, 2033.
Should be seeing this Coast Guard helicopter taking off here shortly. Maybe. That flight arriving was coming in from Seattle. Delta Airlines flight 2533 is 737-800. United Airlines flight 755 heading to Dallas on a 737 MAX 9. Followed by American Airlines flight 1946 heading to Dallas Fort Worth, Texas on an A321 Neo. Next arrival, United Airlines flight 1940 coming in from Denver. It's a brand new A321 Neo. Janice with the $3 super chat. Thank you so much, Janice. Arrival is Alaska Airlines flight 35 coming in from JFK. It's the 737-800.
in the cloud. Traffic holding into Richmond on the Q7, 0 United 755 in the tower. Traffic 10 miles right base on the Q7 on forward. Q7 line 49, 755. good.
Yes, sir. Anybody wait behind us here?
Next 462 aircraft, 1 full time.
That's right. In Kansas, you pull out of line over on a Bravo 1, back around.
Stand by.
Alright, so-
Guys, 755, runway 27, cruise takeoff. Runway 27.
All right, so the American flight's not ready for takeoff.
Return, you troubleshoot something.
I just need to take a look at something for a minute or two. Just want to get out of the way.
Next 46, I need to cross you. Traffic 90 mile final. Approximately 27 at Bravo 1, Charlie 1, Charlie.
Alright, sir. Bravo 1, Charlie 1, Charlie. And we stop when we get over there.
Next 46, cross runway 27, please, and I'll give you further on the north side.
Okay, cross 27. We'll go Bravo 1, Charlie 1, and Charlie American, next 46.
Sounds like there's an issue with the plane, possibly.
United 755, contact SoCal Parker. What departure, thanks, United 755. American 1946, Charlie, hold for Charlie 2, contact ground 123.9.
Alright, sir. We'll look for Charlie 2 with ground, Thunder 9, American
6056, traffic 4 mile final, Boeing 737, descending out 2000, from the car. 6056, maintain the separation of traffic, clear out the San Diego State. This is Nelson over 284, departure of San Luis, contact on tower 25.1.
Or should we see this coast helicopter taking off here from base?
Southbound, they have insight. Traffic over the visual on the Q7 through line.
is Air Canada Flight 1014 coming from Vancouver, 737 at Max 8.
Wind 270 at 8.
Affirmative, highway stop, let's get traffic holding in position, runway 27, clear to land. Southwest 1989, contact for about a birthday. Southwest 3307, Southwest 1.5 mile per hour, keep on the line.
27 Southwest 3307.
British Airways 777 at 300ER coming in from London Heathrow, flight 265, just 55 minutes away.
Without delay, turn left, Bravo 8, right on Bravo, traffic is in position, contact now.
Right, Bravo 8, right on Bravo, to ground, Canada Network.
Christopher Brown with the $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Christopher. Says hopefully I can catch you in Phoenix or San Diego when I'm on the West Coast. Third week of December. I'm sure I'll be somewhere there, Christopher. Third week of December that's Christmas time, so more than likely you probably catch me. Better chance of catching me in Phoenix. American A321 ready for departure.
Oscar current altimeter 2984.
Mr. Cloud 62, hold short because the ramp is outgoes of channel outbound departure.
Cooper 6562, Lumber Tower, Textile Alpha, Ember, leading 2100. Cruise SC Bravo airspace as requested. Departure will be at your own risk. Altimeter 2984, contact North Island Tower 135.1.
Step on the back traffic, quite cleared out the Bravo as requested. 294.
Southwest 2006, turn left Bravo 7, hop on the Bravo, contact down below.
Left Bravo 7, left Bravo, ground southwest.
Skyway 3473, Coast 700, we departed south of the field, as you invite me to the river. Roger. Alaska 796, traffic will be holding in position.
This American A321 Neo, this is a pretty new aircraft. It'll be a year in December, heading to Dallas-Fort Worth, Texas, flight 1946.
Leading 10 colors to the north, so we can do the cruise today. American 1954, Lumber Tower, 187, miles away.
37, line of boy, American 1954.
Again, the clear traffic approaching 4.5 miles.
1964.
American flight heading to Charlotte, flight 1954. This is a 24-year-old A321.
So that's 3473, turn left, Bravo 8 on Bravo, not delay, contact now.
Charlie Bravo, no delay, over contact.
American 1954, wind 2709, runway 27, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, American, 1954.
American 1954, contact takeoff approach to today.
American 1954, today.
American 1946, runway tower 127, minus one lead.
127, American 1946.
Currently left Bravo 8 onto Bravo, contact now.
Okay, left from Bravo 8 and Bravo and ground contact.
Get this flight heading to Dallas, Fort Worth, Texas. Misty Baker is saying, curious, you're in San Diego, California quite often now instead of LA, which is great. Do you prefer San Diego over LA now? Oh no, we love LA. Just try to keep it fresh.
Adjust up 656, runway tower, runway 27, minus one lead.
Runway 27, American 1956.
American 1946, contact takeoff approach.
Switch to American 1946.
This is a NetJet Flight 656. Not quite sure where it's heading to. It is the Cessna Citation XLS.
Clear for takeoff.
Clear takeoff 27, the jet success.
American 2122, runway tower, runway 27, minus one lead.
127, American 2122.
American 737-800 heading to Phoenix, flight 2122, followed by United Airlines flight 1483 heading back to Denver on an A321 Neo. we'll be back at LAX on Friday. That is our next live broadcast. And of course, we'll also have our big Sunday show back at LAX starting at 10 a.m. Pacific on Sunday.
American 2122 and runway 27 cleared for takeoff.
Runway 2 American 2122.
United 1483, number Tower, runway 27, line up and wait.
Runway 27, line up and wait, United 1483.
There goes the trolley.
2122, contact SoCal departure, good day.
SoCal departure 2122.
United 1483, runway 27, cleared for takeoff.
Runway 27, cleared for takeoff, United 1483.
Thanks you guys for tuning in here today. Make sure to hit the like button, feed the beast if you haven't yet. That's your friendly reminder. Some water here. It's a little hot out here. Hotter than I expected it to be. It's a little humid.
Departure United 1483, bye.
Guys are all having a great Tuesday. Let me jump on camera. I haven't jumped on camera here in a while. I'm your Plane Jockey Kevin. We're back here in San Diego. Beautiful views, as you can see. Of course, we've got a lot of action over there at North Island, as well as here is at San Diego International as they open up their brand new Terminal 1. Very busy Terminal 1. Sit back, relax, I got you covered. Much more ahead. Make sure to hit the like button if you haven't yet. Subscribe if you're new, and make sure your notifications are all set. Like I mentioned, next week, we're going to be heading the opposite direction on the 405 and the 5. We're going to be heading up to San Francisco, giving you good shows Wednesday and Thursday of next week. So there'll be no Tuesday show, no Friday show. Wednesday and Thursday next week, SFO. Then in 3 weeks from today, we'll take it back to New York, back to the TWA Hotel there at JFK. So we have a lot of travel ahead. Of course, we're going to DFW as well, and all that jazz.
November 7th, Hotel Yankee Runway Tower 1 frequency. Miles north of Crystal Pier at 500 feet, requesting shoreline traffic and stop. 7th Hotel Yankee traffic opposite direction, a half mile northbound, Coast Guard helicopter at 100 feet, report them in sight.
Chris B8, I'm sorry, Chris B8S says this seems to be a more physical, active location. Looking behind you and around. Oh yeah, I got my head on a swivel there, Chris. Always looking at North Island, always looking behind me.
Airspace southbound offshore at or below 500 feet, altimeter 2983. Report Ocean Beach Pier and Say type aircraft.
Southwest Airline Flight 1795 heading back to Austin, 737-800 heading down to runway 27.
Southwest 1795 runway tower 30
We are ready, Southwest 1795.
Southwest 1795, thank you, runway 27, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, 27, Southwest 1795.
Runway tower, 2542 runway tower, runway 27, circle in. Southwest 1795, contact SoCal departure today.
New letter Southwest 1795.
7 Hotel Yankee, OP2. 7 Hotel Yankee, you're leading Chinook over airspace to the south. Contact North Island Tower 135.1, good day. 135.1, good day, 7 Hotel Yankee.
Next arrival here on runway 27, Southwest Airlines Flight 2542, coming in from Salt Lake City, 737-700. British Airways Flight 265, coming in from London Heathrow. The 777-300ER just 41 minutes away. guys, it's lunchtime here in San Diego. It just completely went dead on us.
Plus 2622 London Tower, runway 27, clear to land.
Runway 27, 2622.
Airports are really slow right now. LAX was really slow on Sunday. It's just that time of the year where it's after summer travel, long before the holidays start arriving. So we're just kind of in that lull. It happens every year. Ron becoming a gold member. Thank you so much, Ron. Next, Bravo Southwest Airlines flight 2622 coming in from Denver, 737 to 800.
London Tower, runway 27, clear to land.
Joni's asking how long until Speedbird. Joni, you don't look at Flight Radar 24. British Airways Flight 265 coming in from London Heathrow, the 11-year-old 777-300ER, 29 minutes away. Next arrival is Thrive Flight 70 coming in from Vegas, Cessna Citation CJ3+. Who do we have in the chat here today? Eric Gupton, Joni there in Vegas, Lyric the Game Boy, Guitar Player 48, Isabel, Cathay Bosley, Breezy Aviation, One of the Great Monts, Bev A, Armin V, Allison N, Martin Gaffey, Donica, Calvin Higa. They're in Honolulu. Good to see you, Calvin. Brandon Rabbit. Hello, Brandon. David, by the way. R. Lerner. Cheryl Reinhardt. The Random Spotter Luke. Also one of our great mods in the chat, as well as Super 80 Adrian. Yo, Adrian. You coming out to the TWA in 3 weeks? Allison says you got a question for Kevin, ask away. Yeah, do you have any questions for me? Right now would be a great time. The train. Yeah, I'm not in a good position today to see the train, unfortunately. See the very tail end of it. You got that bar in the way. Sorry, guys. Brista Corky asking, what new airports are you thinking about? Well, I think this is a great example. This is a great example of what I always talk about. A lot of you guys always say, Kevin, why don't you go here? Why don't you go here? Why don't you go to this airport, go to that airport? I would love to visit all those airports. The problem is, this is San Diego. This is probably the slowest that since we've been coming down here almost for 2 months now. This is the slowest we've seen San Diego. And if you've been watching, you know this is the slowest it's been. So some of these airports that you guys have been suggesting for years, slower than this. A lot slower than this. So not every airport is great for live streaming. So in terms of any new airports, I'm not really looking at any new airports.
Drive 70, turn right, Charlie 6 onto Charlie, contact ground.
6 Charlie, contact ground, thank you, 5-7.
Delta 552 on their side. Delta 552, turn right on Delta, hold short Bravo 1 for your close line.
Right on Delta, hold short Bravo 1, Delta 552. Can you tell us what the time is, please?
Yes, your EDIC is 2044. You may receive at 39.
Delta 552.
Joni's got it right. Kevin would run out of. I've already run out of stories to tell you guys. I really have run out of stories. I'm sure there's a story deep down in my mind somewhere I can tell you guys about that would pop back in. Yeah, so in terms of airports, obviously LAX is our home base. That will always be our home base, always be our home. LAX sometimes can be a disappointment. I mean, look at Sunday's show. Sunday's show, if it wasn't for the entertainment value of Rudy and I, it would be a pretty slow day. But LAX is not always like that. It's just, like I said, this is just a weird time of the year, kind of coming out of the summer travel season before the holidays, so not a lot of people are traveling at the moment. So we got LAX. Obviously, JFK is always fun there at the TWA Hotel. We're taking you for 3 days, 3 weeks from today will be our first show. So October 14th, 15th, and 16th there at the JFK TWA Hotel. We're taking you to Dallas, Fort Worth, Texas for a Sunday show and a Monday show, November 9th and 10th. Of course, we're going back to Dallas because we'll be releasing our Southwest behind-the-scenes video. That will be released on Saturday, November 8th. We thought it was fitting to bring it back to Dallas to do a live show. So we got that. We got Phoenix. Phoenix is a pretty busy airport as well. It's a great advantage point there from the parking garages there at Phoenix Sky Harbor Airport. Next week, we'll take you to SFO. SFO, you got the double landings, the drag races on the ones and all that jazz up there at SFO. We like SFO. So there's a lot of airports here on the West Coast that we definitely take you guys to that are fairly busy, that make for great live streaming. Now, a place like Long Beach, we could take you to Long Beach, but you're going to see Southwest Airlines and not very many throughout the course of the day. So Long Beach, yeah, we could take you there, but it's not going to be as exciting as, let's say, Ontario. So you kind of got to pick and choose what's going to make for the best live stream. I've spent enough time in Long Beach. Long Beach live stream, I'd be sitting here. I don't know what I would be doing.
Southwest 1700 from Los Angeles, contact now.
Yeah, Long Beach, out of the question. If there was a spot at Santa Ana, if they were open for us coming down there, I could possibly see like one or two shows a year down in Santa Ana. Santa Ana is not as busy as you'd think. And of course, they have one runway as well, but it's not as busy as San Diego. Burbank just will not work with us. So Burbank, and I'll tell you, there's not that much action in Burbank as well. In terms of smaller airports, San Diego really is it. This is the busiest single runway airport in the country. So you're not going to get better when it comes to a smaller airport with not a lot of heavy action than San Diego. Now, Ontario is great because of all the cargo action. Of course, you have UPS, you got Amazon Air, FedEx. So you get a lot of cargo heavy action in Ontario. And once it gets closer to the holiday season and a little cooler, we'll take you back to Ontario. To Allison and one of our great mods here today. Now, Allison is there on the East Coast. We were talking about Boston. I love Boston. I really do. I love the city. I love the people. I love the airport. I always have a great time every time I go to Boston. Unfortunately, I can't get Boston in to the schedule before it really starts getting cold, so there's not going to be any Boston in 2025, but we'll certainly try to get out there in the spring and summertime. Now, there might be some people, some diehard Avio fans that are upset that we're not coming to Boston. I guarantee we'll be back in Boston before you know it. I do like Boston. Boston is on my very short list. And for you guys up in Chicago, well, we'll see what happens.
562 Roger. Be ready to taxi. Be powered up, ready to taxi 37.
No, we're not doing Dubai or Singapore. You know, I had a conversation with Rudy the other day as we were driving back from the Proud Bird on Sunday. Do you guys want to hear what we talked about? I kind kind of brings up my point that I brought up with Rudy.
737 Hotel Yankee Limber Tower, so through San
Hey, how's it
Diego,
going?
base northbound Airbowl 500, limit altimeter 2983, report passing
What's that?
Pier.
2983.
It's a beautiful day. A little slow at the airport.
Below 500, report Crystal Pier 718.
205, contact
They came in from LAX. Someone said that that was going to be in the Miramar show over the weekend. I don't know why. Why would they bring it? Yeah. That's over the weekend. It's only Tuesday.
Southwest 2305, 16.6 for Aviation.
Hotel survive, still on tower, contact still for departure 119.6.
Oh yeah, see ya.
South 2190, contact still for departure.
SoCal, Southwest 2196.
You ready?
So 552, affirmative.
552, Bravo 1 is for the Bravo.
1 short of Bravo, double 5.
American 2131, number tower, limit 27, clear for takeoff.
227, clear for takeoff, American 2130.
San Diego Aerospace, 60 change approved. Delta 552, runway 27, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff 27, Delta 59.
Monkey 755, hold short runway 27.
Short runway 27, Monkey 755.
runway tower, runway 27, my boys.
Runway 27, line up and wait, 12725.
Breeze. What's that? Airbus A320-300. I know with their paint job, it kind of throws it off a little bit.
The 552 contact for departure.
This flight heading back to Raleigh, Durham. Flight 755. It's a 3-year-old Airbus A320-300. Beautiful plane inside and out. There's David Nealman, the owner, creator and owner of Breeze. He loves his Airbus A320-300s.
Runway 27, clear for takeoff. Runway 27, clear to takeoff, 755. That's 789 number tower, traffic 7 mile final, runway 27, my boys.
I'm playing runway 27, Delta 7.
Iceman 1775 just said he just rewatched the Breeze behind the scenes video. That was a good video. I like it. One of my favorites. Of course, we're working on the Southwest video currently. Charlie and I had a meeting about the direction of the video we'll head into.
Delta 789, runway 27, clear for takeoff. Clear for takeoff, 27, Delta 7. That's 506 to the line, runway 27.
No, the Southwest video comes out on Saturday, November 8th. Saturday, November 8th is the scheduled departure time for the new Southwest BTS. You guys looking forward to it?
789, contact full car departure.
Departure, that's 789, good day.
During 24 hours, 64 hours in the car, are you ready?
Okay, clearly, 25
Legend Shane gifting 50 Airline Videos Live memberships. Thank you so much, Shane. Awesome support. Thank you so much, Shane. That is awesome support of the channel. We can't thank you enough. 50 gifted memberships being offered by our legend, Jane. Jane, thank you.
4217, we're trying 27 line boys. Thank you, 27 line boys, that was 4217.
That Southwest flight coming in from El Paso, Texas, flight 508.
508 from us, contact them.
Eric with the $2 super chat. Thank you so much, Eric. Says thank you for y'all for being so welcoming and nice. Welcome. You're welcome, Eric. Are you new to the channel, Eric? Thank you, Eric. Plane Trains and Things with an awesome $10 super chat. Thank you so much, Plane Trains and Things. Welcome back to San Diego.
6123, 127 Charlie, 1 my boy.
You guys were saying British Airways is on its way. It sure is. Speedbird, British Airways flight 265, coming from London Heathrow, the 777-300ER, just 8 minutes out. Running almost an hour early here today. That is amazing. I don't get to say that at LAX too often. Speedbird running early.
Rockfish 133, runway 27, clear for takeoff. Clear for takeoff, runway 27, Rockfish 133.
Also, Japan Airlines, the 787-8 Dreamliner heading back to Tokyo to Rita, also popping up on the radar. Should be heading over here to runway 27.
2565 on the tower, traffic 9 miles final, runway 27 on board.
Runway 27, lots of way clear, we can put that stuff.
4217, contact SoCal departure. Portal, beautiful, 427. Base 2565, runway 27, clear for takeoff.
Runway 27, clear for takeoff, clear, we can put that stuff.
133, contact SoCal departure. SoCal departure, runway 133.
Spirit A321 Neo up next.
Delta 1453 on the tower, traffic 7 miles final, runway 27, line of please.
Gemma Traveler says don't let Speedbird blow you over today. Now I'll try to keep my feet on the ground this time.
That's 1453, runway 27, clear for takeoff. Runway 27, clear for takeoff. That was 1453.
Stop the flight heading to Salt Lake City at A321, already rolling down at 27.
I'm going for 2565, contact SoCal departure.
Clear, we can put that stuff today.
What's that? Oh, is that all three of them? Really? That one in the middle has been sitting there for the last at least month.
369, traffic open diversion course, runway 27, clear for me to take off.
Okay. How often do they go back in and out? Okay. Oh, okay.
1453, contact SoCal departure.
That one in the middle was smoking earlier. They were doing something because it was smoking. It wasn't black smoke; it was white smoke. So I'd imagine they were, I don't know, whatever they were doing on that boat ship. As it goes over. Oh. Wow. You got it.
Okay, 69, nice talk. Contact close out of Go to the park. I will take it out. Thanks for roll. Final wind 31010, runway 27, my voice.
Line for 27, just lose 220.
So 265 heavy in the car, traffic holding position, runway 27, clear to land.
Interesting landings this morning, this afternoon. What are we, almost at 2 o'clock? Jeez.
Runway 27, clear to land. 246 from West Broadway, Bravo, contact ground. Broadway, we have twin flight.
All right, Speedbird is the next arrival. This JetBlue flight heading back to Boston, flight 220. Japan Airlines flight 65 heading back to Tokyo Narita. Starting its taxi, will be heading over here to runway 27.
JetBlue 220, runway 27, clear for takeoff.
Let's take off 27, JetBlue 220.
Plane, Trains, and Things also gifting 5 Airline Videos Live memberships. Thank you so much, Plane, Trains, and Things. And Plane, Trains, and Things back with a $10 super chat. Thank you for your awesome supports as you give us a lot of choices in live streams as well as LAX. I just appreciate wherever you are like today. Thank you. Well, thank you so much, Plane, Trains, and Things. I don't know if you heard the announcement. We will be at SFO next Wednesday and Thursday.
Contact close out departure.
Our departure, JetBlue 220, getting.
Touching down, runway 27, clear to land. Clear 265 heavy, turn left, Bravo 8, Bravo, contact ground.
8, Bravo, Speedbird, 265.
Typograph makes a pop occurrence.
Yes, I'm fine, everyone. I'm fine. That wasn't as crazy as that one a couple weeks ago. That one just blew everything away. Pretty calm for this Speedbird. All right, you see there in the distance, Japan Airlines, the 787-8 Dreamliner will be heading back to Tokyo Narita. Also, should be seeing that KLM 787-10 Dreamliner should be heading back to Amsterdam here shortly as well.
498 Lima Tower, traffic holding position, runway 27, clear to land. Fox 1097, I'm going to turn right up, Papa.
We'll get on.
Traffic 6 mile final, runway 27, modified.
That was American Airlines Flight 466 coming up from Charlotte and an A321. This Alaska flight heading to Seattle on the 737-800.
Okay, Bravo 8 in the ground, American Flight.
Bus 1087, runway 27, clear for takeoff.
27, clear for takeoff, off destination.
Airline number tower, runway 27, clear to land.
At that Japan Dreamliner should start its taxi here shortly. Those birds keep on freaking me out. Every time I look over there, I'm thinking it's a formation.
Alaska 1097.
You know, they were way out there. I thought, oh, geez, here comes something finally. What's that? Oh, I put a bunch of 70-plus stuff all over, yeah. Oh, yeah. Who's there on Sunday? He's a school teacher full-time. Yeah.
I pick up information, correct current, special observations.
Dreamliner now starting its taxi here. That was Southwest Airlines Flight 1198 coming in from Indianapolis, Indiana on a 737
1198, turn left Bravo 8, traffic contact ground.
South Bravo 8,
Our next heavy arrival is Lufthansa, the A350-900 flight coming in from Munich, flight 466. That is 1 hour and 4 minutes away. Japan Airlines, the Dreamliner, heading over here for a takeoff. And we should be seeing the KLM Dreamliner popping up on the radar here shortly as well. Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of birds here today. All in lovely formation. when are they going to start tearing down 2? Now that it's officially now. Okay. So they're going to move everything from 3 over to the new 2?
Yeah, pull back to Southwest 1946.
I didn't realize the new one had gates on the south side as well. I thought it was just all in the north. That's amazing. That's a lot of gates. Yeah. It looks nice, yeah. But that's all Southwest, Spirit, and Breeze, right? That's it? Yeah. Is 2 the oldest terminal left? So what year was 3 built then?
Whoever's expedite takeoff Southwest 1946.
Yeah, you know that day that drone was flying, I believe it was looking down there. I believe they were looking at the homeless encampment because that next week I came, well, they were all gone. It looks like they set up shop over here now again.
2572, Limerick Tower, runway 27, clear to land. Plus 1946, contact SoCal departure and stop.
Thank you, too, Southwest 1946 1.
2533, Limerick Tower, advising you today.
Clear direct open
2533, thank you, and traffic 255, can take it immediate.
Yep, up 1533.
2533, runway 27, modified.
27, modified, up 1533.
Yeah, he did. Yeah. I was trying to understand what he was saying. It was something about the fuel gauge or something. It was off. A little bit. It was a brand new A321 Neo. All right, we do have Tiana's Bayou Adventure livery heading to Reagan National, 737 to 800. It will be number 3 for takeoff.
2533, runway 27, clear to takeoff.
Quick takeoff 27, that was 2533.
American 3311, Macau, runway 27, clear to land, traffic on position.
Matthew with a super chat. Thanks so much, Matthew. Step out there, Matthew. I lost my screen. Stand by.
Sky 3491, Macau, advising you today.
So just found out that I'm 12 months gold member. Well, thank you for your awesome support. That's a full year of membership. think you're right, Allison.
2533, contact for car park right side.
Please park Delta, it's 100.
Crossing over 27 here shortly.
Next
Bravo is Delta Atlantic 2572 coming in from Seattle, 737-800. Followed by American Airlines Flight 3311 coming in from Chicago O'Hare on a 737-800. What's that? What is it? Oh. I'll tell you, when I'm looking through the viewfinder, it doesn't look as close until I look at it with my own eyes and I realize how close we really are. What's that? Gosh, I don't know. Yeah, I think you're right. We were just talking about how close we are to the planes up here on this parking garage.
3491 the tower, traffic is flight 5, you're ready to go, runway 27, runway 27, that was 3121.
Airlines Flight 104 heading to Reagan National in the 17-year-old 737-800 wearing the Tiana's Bayou Adventure livery there in Disneyland. Come back to that.
Everybody after that, Alaska 14, runway 27, clear for takeoff. Clear out 27, Alaska 14.
All right, off she goes, heading to the East Coast, Reagan National, the 737-800. This is Alaska's newest special livery.
Japan 65 with you. Train 65 heavy, Limerick Tower, hold to the runway 27 at Charlie 1. Hold to the runway 27, Japan 65. Tabard out there, Sky City 40, double runway 27. Sky City 14, Limerick Tower, runway 27, clear to land. Clear to land. Sky City 40.
All right, Japan, the Dreamliner heading to Tokyo. Narita crossing over 27 will now go get in line. Still not seeing the KLM Dreamliner yet. Still has not popped up on the radar. Next Bravo is Alaska SkyWest Flight 3014 coming in from Sacramento. It's an E-Jet, followed by American Airlines Flight 1939 coming in from Dallas-Fort Worth, Texas on an A321. Last time we were here, we had back-to-back takeoffs. Both the Dreamliners, the Japan and the KLM Dreamliner.
Japan 65 heavy and advising you have information for that. Roger, we'll have to get that. 65 heavy, I need your call sign with that. 65 heavy, I need your read back with the call sign as well. So we have Quebec, Japan 65. Contact now. Bravo, contact now.
Then a half gig from YWG. Super chat, thank you so much. Good to see ya. This is little Josh Cahill in the US. With Josh Cahill in the US, you guys finally doing a Spirit Airlines review. His review is EasyJet Swiss with the Swiss 001. It was fun to watch. Do it again. I haven't seen that. Did he really do an EasyJet review? Oh, I'm gonna have to go check that out now. I'm gonna see Josh in April, but I guess I should reach out to him and be like, Josh, let's hurry up. Spirit might not make it by April. That's a good idea. I remember we talked about it.
43, 4,500 pounds, traffic 6-mile file, runway 27, likewise. Runway 27 miles away, southwest, 43, 45, yes.
I have a way I can text Josh. Maybe I should text him real quick. Maybe I could try to get him to come into the chat.
Bravo 9 or Bravo, contact down.
Bravo 9 and Bravo, ground on that, 1931.
Runway 27, just takeoff. Just takeoff, 4345.
Alright. I threw it out there. Trying to get Josh Cahill to come into the chat right now. He's probably sleeping. He's probably either sleeping or probably on an airplane somewhere around the world, somewhere. So I have a long line of takeoffs going to be happening here, including the Japan Airlines Dreamliner.
So 69.5 in the tower, traffic holding position, runway 27, clear to land. So 4245, contact to South Tower 2. 4345 today. So 1695, traffic holding position will be a heavy Boeing 787, contour to heavy traffic 6.5 final on the 27 Charlie 1, line boys. Good day, no 65, line 27, clear to run, right up at the way.
Japan Airlines, the flight 787A Dreamliner heading back to Tokyo Narita up next.
That was 3405, left, Bravo 8, Bravo, it's cleared off, contact come. Bravo 8, Bravo, ground, down 3405. Traffic 3 mile final, runway 276 takeoff. Good day, 65 heavy. Now 276 takeoff.
Rolling down to 207.
So 3999 Middle Tower, traffic holding position, runway 27, clear to land. Clear to land, number 3999.
All right, Josh Cahill just responded.
Heavy, contact to South Park. Contact to South Park, 27, Julius Papa, Limber Tower, clear through San Diego, Bravo Space, North down at low 500, Limber altimeter 29983, with foot testing crystal clear. Delta Flight Julius Papa, close to the block 5, Bravo, airspace out of the low 500, crystal clear. 5216, Limber Tower, traffic holding position on 27, clear to land.
All right. Here's an update. Josh Cahill did respond. He is on a plane in Miami. He's on a plane, he says, very limited internet. So the internet's not very good on the plane, but he is landing in about 30 minutes. I said, oh, he is in the chat. Oh, you're in the chat. Hi, Josh. All right, well, I guess I can ask the question. All right. Let me get back on camera here real quick. Let me turn down this microphone so you can hear me a little bit better. Josh, the question was, if they remember when we did the Plane Jockeys Live, remember I had you on that Q&A back early in the beginning of the year. Now that you're back here in the U.S., the question that a lot of people had in my chat was, are we going to do that Spirit review, Spirit Airlines review? You know, they only have days left, if months, if days. We got to do that. We got to do that Spirit review. What do you say, Josh? What do you say?
1763, runway 27, physical down. First turn out to traffic 973.
Josh, well, we'll figure out. We can do something real. We don't have to do a long trip. It could be LA to Vegas for all we care. All right, he said yes. All right, well, we'll figure it out. We got to do it soon, though, Josh, because I really feel like their days are coming to an end. Like soon. Thanks, Josh, for coming into the chat. Hope you had a great flight. And of course, if you want to meet Josh and you want to meet your plane jockeys as well as Jeff Brooks, Noel Phillips, and so many more, you can go to AvCon there in Atlanta. It's April 4th, Saturday, April 4th. Quite the lineup. We're still waiting on that KLM Dreamliner that will be heading back to Amsterdam. This Alaska flight heading to Phoenix, flight 1208. It's a pretty new route there for Alaska. Briska Corky says, Avcon tickets bought and hotel booked. My gosh. We got a corporate jet up next. Yes, that is commitment. I haven't even bought my tickets in my hotel for AFCON. Oh, Jonah's saying that KLM will not take off because of the strikes. Well, that's a bummer.
540, runway 27, here we go.
We'll take off runway 27 and go 540.
Limit tower, runway 27, on way. 540, 27, that's 2542, expect a surge way for previous departure. Gotcha.
The Delta flight was heading to Atlanta, flight 540, and then A321. Plane, trains, and things back, gifting another 5 Airline Videos Live memberships. Thank you so much, Plane, Trains, and Things. And Brista Corgi also gifting 10 Airline Videos Live memberships. Thank you so much, Brista Corgi. We'll see you at AFCON there in Atlanta.
2542, runway 27, clear for takeoff.
Kevin, for $10 super chat. Thanks so much, Kevin. It's great to see you back in San Diego. Kevin and AVL, loving the plane to action. Are you planning to visit the new San Diego terminal? Not on this trip, Kevin. EVA Air Flight 5 and 6 are canceled to and from Taipei due to the typhoon. Yeah. Thanks for the update there, Kevin. Yeah, I'd like to get over the terminal eventually, but usually when I come here to San Diego, I kind of just come in and out, drive down for the day, and drive back.
Other stuff, yeah.
Newark is 737 MAX 8. Up next, Southwest Airlines flight 1700 heading to Oakland on a 737 MAX 8, followed by United Airlines flight 1779 heading to Chicago O'Hare, A321 Neo.
Stood up off and two ones out flight going 27 clear for takeoff.
Okay, that's 279, 1779.
Southwest 1700, got a clear for the first sphere.
Looking so Cahill, 1700.
We're Tower Oscar 1096. Can we roll to the end on landing today? Oscar 1096, expect exit Bravo Niner. Thanks.
Airlines coming in from Seattle, flight 1096. Air Canada, flight 1015, heading back to Vancouver on a 737 MAX 8.
Takeoff, 27 Canada, 1015.
Yeah, 427, only 27 on voice.
27 on voice, yeah, 427.
That United flight heading to Newark, now ready for takeoff.
Yeah, 427, 2908, only 27 clear for takeoff. 27 clear takeoff, man. For the mechanics, that's holding position, only 27 clear to land. 27 clear to land. Southwest 2622, number 579 miles, going 27 left voice. 27 left voice, Southwest 2622. Air Canada 1015, got a clear to depart to see you. Roger, Canada, see you. Southwest 2622, only 27 cleared for takeoff. 27 cleared for takeoff, Southwest 2622.
and burn action for the Southwest 737, now already rolling down to 27.
United 427, got a clock at a bunch of 427.
That was an afternoon rush.
Southwest 2622, got a clock at a bunch of 6.
Next arrival is NetJets Flight 774 coming from Heber City. It's a Challenger 350. Plane Trains and Things back with an awesome $20 super chat. Thank you so much, Plane Trains and Things. Just wanted to say thank you to all the Avia family. I learned about Flight Radar today. Great people here. Thank you, Plane Trains and Things. Yes. Hopefully they told you about Flight Radar 24. That's the one that I use. There's a lot of options out there, but Flight Radar 24, pretty easy to use. If you have any questions, we've got our great mods and, of course, our great viewers here.
8102 on file on 27. Yeah, 8102 number tower on 27, clear to land.
Lufthansa Flight 466 coming up from Munich, running early here today. Scheduled arrival time was 3:25 p.m. Estimated now at 3:07 p.m. at just 29 minutes away. Give you a shot of the San Diego Bay. Not a lot of action in the bay here today. We got beautiful downtown San Diego. And of course, the big news today is the grand opening of Terminal 1. That's their new terminal here.
From exit Charlie 6, traffic 2 miles on. Alrighty, 180, exit Charlie 6, exit 774. Exit 774, contact ground off runway, good, I guess. Contact ground, clear runway, exit 774.
All right, so we got Josh Cahill agreeing to Spirit Airlines review. Hopefully we'll connect and we'll figure out something. Allison's like, you got any questions? Ask Kevin. It's now a really good time.
Pick up that Bravo 9 and contact ground, good again.
Up on Bravo 9 and over ground 981.
Oh, Marchie wants to know the discussion. Oh, yes. So we were talking about the behind-the-scenes videos that we do. Now, the majority, actually all of them, have been U.S.-related companies, airlines, companies here in the U.S. And Rudy was throwing out, he's like, well, why don't you go do Lufthansa? Why don't you go do this and this airline, and what about Korean Air? And I said, here's my thought about that, Rudy. My thought is the majority of our viewers here on the channel, the majority, I'm not saying all, just the majority, about 60-70% of the viewers of AVL are here in the US. And so I said, Rudy, I would like to, if possible, it's harder, it's easier to actually get companies outside the U.S., airlines and whatnot, to agree to actually do these behind-the-scenes videos. Believe it or not, it is extremely difficult to get U.S. companies, these airlines, to agree to what we want to do. So it's actually easier to go overseas and do them. But I said, Rudy, I think it's a challenge for us to do them here in the U.S. I say challenge accepted. I would rather stay here and give you guys behind-the-scenes tour of some of these U.S. companies before we would travel overseas and go do them somewhere else. That's just my thought. I'm sure some people are going to say, Kevin, we'll take whatever you give us. It really doesn't matter if it's Lufthansa or Korean Air, whatever. My thought is, there's some here in the U.S., actually, there's a long list of airlines and that I want to see beyond the doors. And there was a few that we discussed on Sunday. We have one in mind that I think it would be really, really extremely interesting. So anyway, that was the discussion we had. I don't know if Rudy was sold on my idea on that. I think he just felt, I think people will watch whatever you give them, Kevin. If it's Korean Air or it's a Lufthansa or a U.S. airline, I don't think it's really going to matter. I don't know. Jonas, you're bringing up any news about the interview with the New York Times that you talked about a while ago? You know, it's funny you bring that up because I actually emailed that reporter yesterday just to check in and say, hey, are you still running the story? I haven't heard from you after the interview. So hopefully I hear back from the New York Times. But it's funny you bring that up, Jonas, because I had just emailed him yesterday. That's funny you bring that up. Jason Long says less is more. I'm not quite sure what we're referring to in less is more, but I agree with you, Jason. Less is more. Thanks, Allison. Yeah.
Yeah, 1106 over tower, wind 3008, runway 27, clear to land. Yeah, 1106 traffic.
Now, I will say this. If Lufthansa called us up and said, okay, come out to our Technic there in Frankfurt, we'll show you around, of course I'd go. Of course I'd go. I wouldn't turn that down. I'm not saying I'm turning down anything. I'm just saying focusing energy on ones here in the U.S. because I think there are a ton. And if you think about the YouTubers that kind of do the behind the scenes, you know, if it's flight reviews or whatever. So let's just take Sam Chewy, for example. Sam really doesn't get involved in the U.S. airlines very much. He lives in Dubai, so a lot of it's the big Q, Qatar, Emirates, obviously Cathay Pacific, now that his wife works with Cathay. So there's a lot of international stuff, and that goes with a lot of YouTubers. There's a lot of international stuff. I think Jeb Brooks, he did a behind the scenes of Denver. He did a behind the scenes of Delta in Atlanta years ago. Certainly Delta is one that we would love to do. But like I said, a lot of U.S. companies are very hesitant. They don't want to bring some YouTuber in and, you know, report on something crazy. So, you know, they have this all played out in their head. You know, we have to be careful about who we let in. Southwest, they didn't just say yes to us just out of the blue. We have been making that work for over a year, and of course they probably more than likely did their research on the channel. They certainly knew what our reach was. Jason Long says, what about a behind the scenes of UPS Air Cargo on Ontario? I would love to, go to Louisville, Kentucky and do the operation there. And trust me, we've contacted a lot of these companies. Oh, thanks. Johnny says, you're not just some YouTuber, you have a good reputation. Well, again, people have to get to know you. They have to build the trust. I mean, did I ever tell you when we went to Amazon? I brought this up because Charlie was with me on the Southwest BTS. And I can't remember. There was one thing. They're like, you can't cross this. If you cross this, you're going to hurt yourself or you're going to destroy the airplane or whatever it may be. I couldn't remember what it was. And I said, oh, Charlie, you remember the time at the Amazon in Cincinnati? So the building in Cincinnati, the packages are just going from one side of the building to the other. It's a well-oiled machine. They're going down this road and that road. Along every ramp, so to speak, there's a red wire. There's a red wire. If you touch the wire, it stops the production. So let's say you were leaning over and you accidentally touched the red wire. it would stop the whole operation. Every single thing would come to a halt, and you're talking about millions of dollars that would just come to a halt, all just simply by hitting a red wire. So, with that being said, Amazon, take Amazon. You could stop the assembly line just by hitting a red wire by accident. You're just going to have all these people come off the street and just, you know, come in and take a tour of your complex like that. You're dealing. You're first of all, you've got your reputation. Second of all, just by hitting a wire, it can shut down the whole assembly line, which was going to cost you millions of dollars. So there has to be a lot of trust in these companies to allow us to come in. Yeah, it's a kill wire, not a kill switch.
Edward 2909, got a quick departure for you. Departure for you, Edward 2909.
The reason why they have that at Amazon is those packages are just moving so fast down those conveyor belts. If someone got stuck on the conveyor belt, you're going for a ride and going really fast, and it can get out of control. So I think that's the reason why I put that kill wire. It's an Osprey over there taking off from North Island. The Lufthansa A359 coming in from Munich, flight 466, now just 10 minutes out. Our next arrival is Southwest Airlines flight 111 coming in from Phoenix, 737 at 700.
Southwest 111.
Hello, Sue. Sue says I just made it.
Southwest 111, turn left at Bravo 8, contact ground.
Better down for that 150.
WOHP 1390. Rick there in Ohio with a $5 super chat. Good to see you, Rick. This is Galactic Communications is happy that another viewer has found Flight Radar 24 on one of our several ADSB sites we support. Absolutely doing a great job there. Good to see you, Rick. Thank you. Eyes in the Sky, Chad with a $10 super chat. Thank you so much, Chad. To say, Kevin, just when I got my flight and hotel booked for JFK TWA, my daughter let us know she and the grandbaby are coming home to visit. Sorry, you and AVL come in second place. We will be watching. All understandable. We'll catch you next time. We'll have a great visit.
Delta 5 Yankee Heavy, Lumber Tower, good afternoon, runway 27, total land, altimeter is 293.
Well,
The Southwest flight heading to Denver, flight 1771, the 737-700. Next arrival is at Lufthansa A350-900, coming in from Munich, flight 466. Oh, Jonas is saying that 747 is on radar on North Island.
Southwest 1771, number 10.
Southwest 1771.
Southwest 1771, unfortunately, they just came out with 4 from Denver. The earliest time available is 22 time now, 02 and a quarter.
Everyone set?
They expect reposition here in about 1 minute.
Everyone.
One number tax off St. Louis on heavy Airbus 1 mile final over 27, clear to land. Heavy, turn left when enabled, traffic 4 mile final, and cut that down.
That's left when enabled, the ground, looks at the 5.
13 up attack, good afternoon, runway 27, clear to land.
Going left on Charlie, Southwest 1731, right?
Southwest 1731, 8 from left, Charlie. Then Hotel Juliet, hold short of Charlie on taxiway Juliet.
Charlie, Hotel Juliet, hold short of Charlie on Juliet, Southwest 1731.
So it sounds like the Southwest flight. It was heading to Denver. Apparently, I don't know if it's flow issues. Crossed over flight 1771, the 737-700. Next arrival is American Airlines flight 1951, committed from Phoenix, 737 at MAX 8.
Moving to Bravo airspace, landing with Vapor Auto, stop under 283. Traffic 4 miles, final 730, 17, 522, advise on your shirt. Number target, afternoon, 27, clear to land. Target 961, time after your discretion, traffic 2 miles and contact ground.
Also, United Airlines flight 1302, committed from Denver on the 737-800.
Bravo 8 over ground, American 961, yeah.
You guys hit that like button yet? Feed the beast.
562 has wedding target point, course
562, that's the first group, additional traffic 5 mile, final 737, sitting 1,700.
562, will be on hold up for that traffic.
That's 1502, traffic landing top for numbers 860.
Circle 02,
Coast Guard helicopter heading back into base.
Southwest 313, time at Bravo 8, traffic 2 miles and contact ground.
Western Bravo 8, over ground, Southwest 313.
Okay, 6562, pursue traffic down 2 miles, final 3 1,000.
2 miles on inside, 652, Pacific.
Okay, 6562, this is British 2.
652.
West 4001, number time with 308, only 27, clear to land.
Road system participant, Charlie 4001.
That's 6562, just continue going all the way back to Bravo.
With a big down.
Line it up over here. United Express, SkyWest, flight 5647, heading to LAX and then E-Jet. Followed by Southwest Airlines, flight 2004, heading to Boise, Idaho. I believe. Southwest Airlines, flight 1198, heading to Oakland at 737-700. Next arrival is Delta Connection, SkyWest, flight 4001, committed from LAX. It's an E-Jet. Thank you, Bill. Thomas is saying, yes, indeed, I do see the 747. Oops. The Alice Air Queen coming in from LAX, heading to North Island. Now lined up, we'll be heading to Anchorage.
Southwest 2004, number Tasha, stay off on with 27 left, boys. Confirmation 7, number 2004. Southwest 1321, when able to access fuel code 27 Charlie 1. Exit fuel code 27 Charlie 1.
The screen is heading to Anchorage.
Bravo 1797, get out to Bravo 8, come up down, contact ground. Bravo is up now, about 1997. Southwest 2004, runway 27, go for takeoff. Takeoff, 2004. Southwest 1198, on the tower, touch company 4 miles, going out, so 27 on board, ready to go. Take off on board, Southwest on board, up here. 4J.
Approaching on the front 6, Bravo 498.
Southwest 2004, center circuit approach to see it. Southwest 1198, center circuit approach to see it.
Alpha 5, 498.
Southwest 1731 on the 10, 9 miles, going to 27 on 48.
Runway, yeah,
I got that Southwest 737-700 flight heading to Denver.
Southwest 2304, Southwest 3, 10 on Bravo 8, left Bravo, contact ground.
Bravo, Bravo, go there. Southwest 2304.
Southwest 1771, only 27, clear for takeoff.
Good takeoff.
Southwest 3303 on the contact, Airbus in position, only 27, clear to land.
Airline, please have Southwest 3300.
2132 on the contact, 6 miles, 2 knots, only 27 on 48.
Box point, 21.
Delta A321 heading to Detroit, flight 2172. Next arrival is Southwest Airlines flight 3303 coming in from Vegas on a 737-800.
Clear for takeoff.
Good takeoff, Delta 2172. Going to the Miramar Air Show this weekend. I am not.
Calendar 731 Alpha Whiskey number 10.
Maybe you are. sure it'll be a great time.
American 1617 on the channel, 27 on 48. 27 on 48, American 1617.
American A321 heading to Dallas Fort Worth, Texas, flight 1617.
731 Alpha Whiskey, the carry up on me. Calendar 731 Alpha Whiskey, the carry up. Yes, sir. 731 Alpha Whiskey, Charlie 1, runway 27. 731 Alpha Whiskey, runway 27, clear for takeoff. Runway 27, clear for takeoff. 731 Alpha Whiskey. American 1617, contact SoCal 2. SoCal over there, American 1617. After 432, number tower, only 27 on 48. 37 line, line on 430. After 432, wind 30 at 10, only 27, clear for takeoff. Good time, clear and takeoff, Alaska 430.
Flight heading to Tampa, Florida, flight 432, 737-800. Also, American Airlines flight 3311 heading to Chicago O'Hare and a 737-800, also marching down here to 27.
American 3311, number 10, 127, final 48. 37, final 48, American 32. American 3311, runway 27, clear for takeoff. Clear for takeoff, runway 27, American 3311.
Didn't realize that Tampa, Florida would be a destination from San Diego. Sue with the $4 super chat and a cup of coffee. Thank you so much, Sue. For the first time in this year, I had pumpkin coffee, Sue. This morning I made pumpkin coffee. Instantly put me in the Halloween spirit. The problem is you can still smell. I can still smell the pumpkin. I don't know if it's just in my head or it lingers in my body. I don't know. I can still smell the pumpkin. It's probably all in my head.
Southwest 781, number tower, traffic control, diversion course, runway 27, clear for takeoff. Southwest 781, clear for takeoff, runway 27. Skywest 3336, number car.
Skywest 3336.
Skywest 3336, enable up to hold short 2751.
Short 2751, Skywest 3336.
American 3311, copy circuit departure 2.
American 3311, now that's it.
Turn it and burn it southwest.
Skywest 3336, number car on 2748.
2748, Skywest 3336.
Linda is asking, did I enjoy it? Was it good? Yeah, it was good. I only had a couple of cups. Usually I have about 4 cups. Just black coffee. I don't put anything in my coffee. No sugar, no cream, no nothing. Just black coffee in the morning. But I knew I had a 2.5-hour drive. I didn't want to overdo it. But it was good. It was good. It was Pete's Coffee, which you buy at Target. Pete's. They're pumpkin coffee. I used to get this pumpkin coffee at Trader Joe's. I'm sure you guys have heard me talk about it in the past. It's, there's some pumpkin coffee out there is not very good because it's very sour. It can be very sour tasting, which you don't want your coffee in the morning, especially black coffee, to taste sour. So the one at Trader Joe's that comes out every year, I haven't even been there. I haven't been to a Trader Joe's in probably a year now, which is completely ridiculous. Thanks, Sarah, the real deal. But that's besides the point. I haven't been there, so I haven't gotten their pumpkin coffee in years. But I find that the Pete's pumpkin coffee tastes a lot like the Trader Joe's brand. So I just go with the Pete's because I just can't get myself into a Trader Joe's. Because a certain someone that ruined it for me. Beep, beep. Yeah, I mean, it tastes almost exactly the same. The Trader Joe's pumpkin and the Pete's coffee, almost exactly the same. It's got a little spice to it. So that's good. Because, like I said, the pumpkin sometimes can be very sour, so you want a little spice to it. Offsets the sourness of the pumpkin. I've had I think I've tried Dunkin' Donuts pumpkin, Target brand pumpkin, not the same. Got to be very careful of your pumpkin coffees if you take a black. Salt-free, you say, Sarah? No, there is no such thing as salt-free. TJs.
843 number tower, runway 27, cleared to land.
Richard Flair with a $10 super chat. Thank you so much, Richard. This is hello from Chicago here, Chicago Midway. Kevin at San Diego's Terminal 1 is looking quite classy today. It certainly is. I hope the terminal was baptized with champagne on opening day. I'm not quite sure what they did, but they did have a celebration with the first flight this early morning. You can go check out, I think, San Diego's Instagram page has all the videos. I don't know if Pete's Coffee is something you can get throughout the country. I know it's a West Coast thing. But if you see, if Target carries it, Pete's Coffee, it's in a bag. It's usually in the black and brown. It's a darker bag. It says Pete's on it. And the pumpkin version is in an orange bag, of course. Oh, Allison says you can get it on the East Coast. I don't care. I thought it was just a West Coast thing. Well, that's good to know. They used to actually have Pete's Coffee stores. You can actually go in and get coffee, but I think they're all gone in Los Angeles. It's coffee talk. Talk amongst yourselves. No, Sarah, I used to eat this thing called the chicken rosemary thing at Trader Joe's, and I thought it was the healthiest thing I was eating. And it may have been. It was healthy. It was like Spanish rice and chicken, rosemary chicken. And our friend Sarah the Real Deal says, there's a ton of salt in it. And I looked on the back and I said, oh my gosh, you're right. So I stopped immediately eating the rosemary chicken. And then I remember after my surgery, this time last year, I went to Trader Joe's and I went up and down the aisles, certainly in the, not the frozen section. We all know that's got a lot of salt, but in the fresh made to order stuff, so like the sandwiches and the salads and stuff like that, where the chicken rosemary was, I remember I walked all the way down that, turned the package to look how much salt was in most of that, and I was blown away. And I said, and I walked out, I never went back. The Delta flight coming from Atlanta on that A321. I know there's salt in everything. Don't get me wrong. You're not going to find anything with no salt in it. But
Runway 27 Delta 2572.
I think I just make better choices now. I'm always looking for freshly prepared, freshly made stuff. I try not to get anything that's pre-made and sitting around.
572, take care.
Am I eating healthier, Kevin? Yes, I am, Sarah. Yes. I'll be honest with you, Sarah, I don't think I've ever really been a bad eater. I mean, for the most part, here I thought that chicken was being healthy. White says, I wish you were doing this in San Diego every day. Thanks for doing this. Well, my pleasure. It's a little slow here today. I will say, out of all the days we've been going down here, this is probably the slowest, that's for sure.
Charlie 6 Charlie, Hotel San Monica on the wind. Charlie 6 Charlie 6 Charlie, Hotel Monterey County, jet 566. We'll see you on the way out.
New Terminal 1, getting a workout here today. Well, Mike Weber says, came here to brag. We went to the open house for the new Terminal 1. Well, I'm jealous of ya, Mike. Chris MZNZ with the super chat. Good to see you, Chris. It's Kevin. Great show again in San Diego, as always. Just making sure you saw the email I sent to you and Rudy this past Sunday about next Friday. No, I didn't get any email from you, Chris. Rudy didn't mention anything. Can you try sending it again, Chris? I didn't get anything. I can ask Rudy. Maybe Rudy's not in the chat, is he? He's still at school.
Delta 1210, Lumber Tower, runway 27 for the line. Press 11 out of below 500 feet, please. Lumber Tower 633 Whiskey is at Tipping Point Love. I'd like to proceed northbound offshore. November 633 Whiskey, Lumber Tower, long up temperature 2983, safe type aircraft. As a Golf Lima Sierra Papa experimental. Experimental tree Whiskey remain outside of Cluster River, 5860, a couple miles offshore, being Crystal Pier south on report. Okay, we'll stay clear and looking for on 3 Whiskey.
Experimental plane. Sarah says I won't be getting my clam chowder and my lobster roll in Boston. Well, it's going to have to wait until 2026 anyway, Sarah.
for space, maintain VFR 1000. There will be traffic opposite direction, space 61 VFR. Okay, roger that. Proceeding in the Bravo 1000, 3 Whiskey, thanks for the help.
I'm looking for that experimental. I don't see anything. Of course, it's probably so small.
Please form the return of altimeter 293. Please form the contact starting contours for accepted point.
Next arrival is Delta Airlines Flight 1210 coming from Salt Lake City. It's an A321. Chris, if you're still... Gosh, I don't know what's going on. Hopefully I'm not getting sick again. Chris MCNC, if you're still here, can you CC that email to mods, M-O-D-S, at airlinevideos.com as well?
Delta 1210, turn left for your discretion, taxi Bravo 1.
Mo asking, so you have Airline Videos Live Plus. Is that a side channel to this channel? Yes, it is. It's our sister channel. That is where you find the 2 24-hour, 7 days a week live broadcasts from high atop the Itch Hotel back there at LAX. Those are 2 streams there. And then on Sundays and special events, we have our behind-the-scenes BTS live streams as well.
Spirit 3 Whiskey, Whiskey, report, Crystal Bear. Welcome, 3 Whiskey, Whiskey.
Top of the roller coaster. Take some vitamin C. No, I don't know what it is. There's something in the air here in San Diego because I was fine until I got up here. Could be the dust.
633 Whiskey, Whiskey, Crystal
The dirty air from the airport.
3 Whiskey, Whiskey, you can delete the altitude restriction, 11 club first, good to North Chester. Alright, thanks.
Alright, that FedEx feeder, flight 7122, committed from Tijuana. It's going to be taken off there, just south of us. I used to, Sarah, not anymore. Oh, look who it is. Michelle RS is in our chats, one of our great mods. Are you still on your trip, Michelle? No, I know Allison. Thank you, Gregory B. Let me know what I saw over there. I thought it was the top of the roller coaster, and I thought, there's no way. We're too far away from that. Oh, you're in Boston. Well, Michelle, Sarah, go take Michelle her ass out for some lobster rolls and some clam chowder. Yeah, the trains keep on. The spot that I have today, I can't really see the trains very well. I'm sorry, you guys. We can hear them, but we can't see them. Well, this is extremely dead here in San Diego. I hate to say that because I'm sitting here doing a live stream, and the last thing I want to do is to discourage you guys from watching here, but you know, I wear my heart on my sleeves. I just let you know everything, even when I shouldn't. But this is slow. This is extremely slow. Alex P with the $2 super chat. Thanks so much, Alex. Says, what's going on? I'm flying to Munich tonight. Out of San Diego or some other city. We'll have a great flight. Maxwell says Wednesdays is the best day for military. Yeah, but we were out here on a Wednesday, and I remember there was even less military than on a Tuesday. But we really haven't seen much on Tuesdays here either. But that's good to know. Definitely good to know if we ever come back here in the next few weeks. Maybe we switch it to a Wednesday. Here's your time to hit that like button if you guys haven't yet. Allison, 23. 23 emails. 23. 2 and a 3 so far. No idea Alex P. back with a $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Alex. Yes, I'm flying out of San Diego. Flight seats 38A. I got a special gift for you, Kevin. Make sure to zoom in on the departed flights to Munich. Thank you. Well, have a great flight there, Alex. Let's see, what is your scheduled departure time? $5:35. Well, this airport better get busy, Alex. We may not make it by 5:35. Flight heading to Seattle, 737 MAX 9. Yeah, going slightly mad. I mean, she says, I bet the traffic going home will be a killer. I mean, that's the thing. It's like, even if I ended the broadcast right now because there's nothing going on at the airport, that means I still gotta be stuck in traffic even more so. So it's not worth me killing the stream early. Might as well stay here. But I gotta figure out what to talk about. Kevin selected his Halloween costume this year. I have not. I thought I decided on something, and now I'm thinking, that might be too hot. Allison wants me to dress up as the pumpkin suit again that I was... Remember the pumpkin suit that I had 2 or 3 years ago? She says, just put that back on. I said, well, I can put it back on. I might need a bigger size. All right, Chris, thank you. Sorry about that. Our email system. Well, yeah, you know what? I'm going to say something. I'm not going to point fingers on who, but we have some people. I don't know if it's a joke or if it's real, but we do have a lot of people. Some people, I shouldn't say a lot. There's one that is extremely bad about sending lots of emails a day. And we're talking 20 to 60 emails to your Plane Jockey Kevin a day. That overloads my email system. And so some emails don't get put in because the emails may have files attached to them that take up a lot of space, and so some of my emails just never make it to my inbox because my inbox gets overloaded by all these emails that are ridiculous. And so that's what's going on. We have a I don't know if I'd call it a spammer, but we do have an issue with someone sending me outrageous amounts of emails every single day. And even if I block this person, it still ends up in my email system. Well, I block those emails, but they go into the spam folder, but this spam folder still collects the space. Yeah, please don't spam, Kevin. Please. Thank you. I've been looking for a way to basically have it just delete itself. Now, I know who this person is. And this person may be watching here today. I plead with you right now, please stop spamming me every day. This person knows I've contacted this person many times. I said, please don't email me again. And it goes unheard. All right, we got that ATR 42 coming up from Tijuana up next. This ATR take off, running late this morning, heading to Tijuana. Now we see it heading back here from Tijuana. Southwest flight heading to, I believe, back to Phoenix.
3159. One next arrival, 10 miles south, and we're at 4,000. Please want approved. South 3301, November Tower, 7 Airline, just south of 4 miles, low level, health function, and side will make runway 27,
coming in from Chicago O'Hare, flight 2683 on the 737-900ER. The Southwest flight's more than likely heading back to Oakland. Some of these transmitters have not reset. Southwest Airlines flight 3159 coming in from Sacramento, 737-700 up next for arrival, followed by Alaska SkyWest flight 3301 coming in from Austin, Texas on an E-Jet. Allison, how are we doing on that Dreamliner? See you, Breezy Aviation. Thanks for tuning in. Out. I thought it was in the 4 o'clock hour. Chip in the chat, if you're in there, I just opened up your gummy bears from Buc-ee's.
Southwest
I
1110.
decided I need some sugar.
Let's take off.
7 clip takeoff, Southwest 1110.
So Chip is around. Chip, are you here? Chip, in the chat, I brought some of your Buc-ee's trail mix. I've been kind of eating that throughout the course of the day. But I feel like I really needed some sugar. So now I opened up your gummy bears. Boy, these are good. Oh, thank you, Chip. Sugar. I'm not a sugar. I don't like candy. I don't like candy. Gummy bears is about as close as I'll get to eating candy. I just don't like pure sugar. But sometimes you just have to, right? Just got to open it up, indulge. Dan V, I love your reference. I had my gummy bear in my pocket all day. Ferris Bueller. James, there's a good chance we'll see reverse ops here in San Diego. Certainly as we head into October, November, December, January. Yeah, it's extremely slow. It was really slow at LAX on Sunday. It's just that time of the year. I think airports all over are really slow. No one's traveling. We'll get through it. Alaska Horizon, Flight 2198, heading back to Salt Lake City, and E-Jet heading to 27. Let's see. What else can we talk about? What else is on your mind? Tell me what's on your mind. Dolo the Great says there's always got to be another story with Kevin. Oh, there's always a story. You just got to trigger the memories.
Alpha 3543, limit tower reach the final approach speed out of local position, only 27 to the left.
Next arrival is Delta Connection, coming in from Vegas. It's an E-Jet SkyWest Flight 3741.
3543, reduce the final approach speed, traffic local position, runway 27 for the left. Alright, so slow the final approach speed, runway 3543, and clear left.
Dolo the Great asking, did the cops stop you from filming in Hollywood? No. LAPD is pretty good knowing the difference between a movie set and TV news or some YouTuber. I got stopped in, was it Culver City? Culver City, one police officer gave me a hard time. I'm talking about I was in a Fox truck, a Fox logo microphone, and they came up to me and said, do you have a permit? I said, what do you mean I have to permit? Is this a joke? That was the only time a cop ever asked me for a permit when I worked in TV news. I couldn't believe it. I said, you need to go back to your station and have someone teach you a few things. Dolo the Great, I mean, the cop can't do anything. I mean, we're the news media. Yeah.
Southwest 1483, clear to 27. Southwest 1483, limit tower, runway 27, cleared to land, traffic home position. 27, clear to land, Southwest 1483. A321 contact Go Park. Second Park, this phone, 98,
followed by United Airlines heading to SFO, flight 2117, and a 737-900ER, followed by Southwest Airlines flight 3013 heading to Oakland, a 737-700, and a 737-800 heading to Phoenix. Southwest Airlines flight 2962. Bravo, Southwest Airlines flight 1833 coming up from Phoenix, the 737 at MAX 8. $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Alex. Let's talk about Miramar Air Show. This weekend, but stay until Munich flight 30, which is seat number 38A. Zoom in, we'll be happy. All right, I'll zoom in there, Alex. Terry M. $2 super chat. Thanks so much, Terry. Says, thanks for another San Diego show, Kevin. My pleasure, Terry. And our friend Linda Kavinsky there in Chicago. 1520 Airline Videos Live memberships. Thank you so much, Linda.
Got 4001 contact, still have a departure today. Let's look up the process, please. Stay east, hold on, hold on.
Barb fell through. It wasn't the right thing for Barb. Barb says, I'll pass. Heading to Oakland, flight 3013, 737-700, followed by Southwest Airlines, flight 2962, 737-800, heading to Phoenix. Next arrival is Aerolíneas Executives, coming in from Monterrey, Mexico, at Learjet 75.
Takeoff 27, Southwest 2962.
That's Kelly, 768 on the counter, runway 27 for left. Local hour, Southwest 2962, contact SoCal, the Park today.
What Park today is South 2962.
We've got Speedbird popping up on the radar. Pretty sure waves flight 264 heading back to London Heathrow at 777-300 ER. Richard 89 with the $2.20 super chat. Thank you so much, Richard. Says, hey Kevin, did Drew and Rudy get a picture with Spencer? We sure did. He put it on his social media. Did he not show you? I'm gonna eat that whole bag of gummy bears. I'm gonna feel horrible later. Thanks, Chip. Thank you, Allison.
runway 27, let's take off. Runway 27, clear for takeoff, United 682. Yeah, 682, contact Silver Park today. United 682, have a good evening. Police 1, you're cleared and cross over airspace. And Police 1, are you just going to clear to the south? Police 1 direct is approved. I got nobody on final. Southwest 2786, turn left, your discretion, contact us.
That's correct, Ground 8, Southwest 2786.
Should be seeing the British Airways 777 heading our direction. Says the new terminal looks great. Must have some fresh gummy bears in there. Not as good as the one from Buc-ee's. Though I know on the drive back, I'm going to regret eating half that bag. Because I never eat that much sugar. See what happens when airports get slow? Kevin starts going for the sugar.
Lindbergh. Helicopter 357 Juliet Papa, Point Loma northbound, request transition to your airspace out of below 500 feet.
Helicopter 357 Juliet Papa, Lima Tower, link altimeter 298 you played through class power space over the water as requested, report passing crystal clear.
Helicopter 357 Juliet Papa, Tower, airspace out of below 500 feet, crystal clear.
Oh, Allison, stand by. Oh, you're going to love this one.
Place 1 radar service to terminate on first space restriction.
Well, so the drama with my email, well, the person that's sending me the emails is sending more emails. Apparently this person heard me talking about the emails. So now this person's very upset. Once again, just stop sending the emails. That's all you have to do. Instead, this person continuously sends more emails. Oh, it's not anonymous. This person's not anonymous. I know exactly who it is. Oh, it's harassment. Oh, it's harassment. I won't get into details, but some of the subject line and description in some of these emails is absolutely 100% harassment. does this person want? I have no idea. I have no idea.
Southwest 4999, contact Sylvan Park today. Go to departure, see you, Southwest 4999.
All right, so there is a Dreamliner heading to Tijuana, Hainan, which we no longer see at LAX. Just north of Carlsbad. It usually flies directly above us. It's the yellow livery. Flight 7925 is 787-9 at Dreamliner. So I've kind of got my eyes on Flight Radar 24 because it happens so quick. If I look the opposite direction, I'll never see it. So I don't have a cloud in the sky, at least to my east. It's just outside of Oceanside.
Clear for takeoff, 27 American 1951. As I was doing pop, I went in Southwest Space to the north of Pittsburgh.
See what you guys are saying. If I've put it in my junk folder. It goes into my junk folder. So I've blocked the email address. So it ends up in my junk folder. I can't figure out how to get the junk folder to automatically delete, but I don't want it to automatically delete that folder because sometimes regular emails get stuck in that bulk junk folder too, so I'm at a loss on my email system. Allison said she's got the fix. All right, thanks, Allison. We'll solve it once and for all. This is great to filter and set it to delete them. It takes 60 seconds. All right.
One traffic, just lifted off North Island, east on the States at 860, left repeating. reach up. Police 1, traffic 860, beam the tower in the bay, eastbound 500 feet in Cahill.
So we should be seeing the British Airways 777. I'm going to go back to my flight radar so I make sure I don't miss the Hainan.
Southwest 3078, contact SoCal.
Just south of Del Mar.
Southwest 2 mile final sight.
Police 1 affirmative, you maintain visual separation.
Police 1, if the separation is approved, you can pass behind them if you want. Direct punch big turtle next arrival 10 miles out.
Police 1, roger, thanks, we'll pass mile.
Alright, so let me look. Do I see it? See, I had eyes on it.
Retreat 6, leaving class forward, space to the north, exchange. 336, look at you.
Just on the other side of my car here.
Got 3346, number 10, you guys up ready? Police 1, alert service Germany, room class forward space to the north, traffic over the stadium southbound is a beach liner.
There it is, Hainan heading to Tijuana. 787-9 in Dreamliner.
American 2361, you got 600 about the on-hat. Go 3246, now you guys ready?
We're ready, solid 3346.
Go 3246, runway 27, plus immediate takeoff, 739 mile final something.
Immediate takeoff, solid 3346.
American 2361, runway 27, 2731,
We got Speedbird heading over here. We'll be crossing over 27. British Airways Flight 264 heading to London Heathrow, 777 at 300 ER.
altimeter 298 tree, use clear to front forward, space over the water, below passenger, 4 passengers, suspect.
Speedbird should be crossing over 27 here.
To get number 10 on Runway. That's Runway, which gate is on there? 29. Emergency 2361, Bravo, spot 1, contact the ramp now, go straight in 29, Alright, Bravo, spot 1, Bravo, contact ramp now, 2361. Delta 21 at 91, runway 27, President, immediate takeoff, 72.5 miles.
Immediate takeoff, 27.
Joshua is asking when's the next show. It will be on Friday, Joshua. Unless I decide to do a pop-up stream in the next few days. Could happen. It could happen. I always keep my eye out on anything special LAX. But our next live broadcast will be high top the H Hotel on Friday. Looking like a 11 a.m. start time on Friday. So it will not be a Nighthawk show, but it will be a H Hotel show.
Contact North Island 135.1, 1100. Delta 2191, contact SoCal, departure today.
Departure today, Delta 2191.
The Delta flight A321 heading to Minneapolis, flight 2191. We have UPS, flight 2636, coming in from Louisville. 767 to 300ER, just 8 minutes out. Robert, airship. Yeah, this is Little Italy. Little Italy. There's a lot of good restaurants just south of us here at the parking garage.
Uber 264 Heavy 13007, runway 27, cleared for takeoff.
Okay, clear takeoff, Uber 264 Heavy.
All right, heading back to London Heathrow, the 777 at 300ER.
Upper Tower, Corporate Niner, over the hotel Dell at 1,000 feet, plus transition over downtown.
Corporate Niner, Liberty Transcendent, Bravo Airspace, altimeter 283, squawk 0211.
Central Bravo Airspace, as well 1,000 feet, 0211, Corporate Niner.
Contact over the bridge 1000.
Getting a little jet blast.
Altimeter 293, traffic 5 mile.
All the way up here at the parking garage. Thanks, British Airways.
The hold of beam, Central Park, and that traffic,
Corporate Niner, after visual separation, correction. 18 for separation without traffic and caution turbo.
Maintain visual separation.
Uber 264 Heavy, contact South departure to you.
Okay, roll by.
Right up next is that UPS 767 at 300ER coming in from Louisville.
Heavy traffic at Bean Pickle Park, helicopter 1000. And Corporate Niner, downtown area is approved. Advise when you're ready to continue northbound.
Over downtown approved, all sides, ready to go northbound.
Southwest 1919, number 10, traffic over Petco Park, helicopter 1000, runway 27, cleared to land.
Land 27, Southwest 19.
Corporate Niner, traffic 9 mile final, 737 descending, 3,500.
I'll go look at that traffic on 9 mile final, Corporate Niner.
Corporate Niner, verify in sight.
I don't have that traffic, right there, Corporate Niner.
Traffic in the bay, eastbound 860, out the gates 500.
Search traffic, Corporate Niner.
CPS 2636 Heavy, turn up Bravo 8, contact ground.
Bravo 8, Edwards ground, good day. 2636. Have that helicopter traffic over the bay inside, Corporate Niner.
Corporate Niner, roger. Maintain separation from that traffic.
Corporate 9 arrived, the traffic on final as well.
Corporate 9 arrived, right, meets up with separation from the 737, Causeway Turbo.
Next arrival is Southwest Airlines flight 1919 coming in from Baltimore, Maryland, a 737 MAX 8. XP says, just got on the Munich flights. That means you guys aren't going to push back yet?
Corporate 9 didn't have that request, but Northbound is approved, Causeway Turbo.
UPS 767 will cross back over to 7 as soon as this next arrival happens. United Airlines flight 2486 heading to Chicago O'Hare, 737 at 900 ER. If you guys haven't yet, make sure to hit that like button, feed the bees. Your friendly reminder, if you're new to the channel, make sure to hit that subscribe button. Also, we have a second channel called Airline Videos Live Plus. Make sure to subscribe over there as well. Our second channel offers you two 24/7 live streams from LAX, 24/7 days, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 2 live streams from high atop the H Hotel.
For Diner leaving Bravo, it's 3 miles north, there is terminated score, continue to be above, you can change cruise, like that.
45, change of cruise,
Deal.
The 767 will now cross over 27.
Nice night, 2046, see ya. Over tower, Southwest 2617, Toco.
Southwest 2617, Lever Tower, good afternoon, runway 27, clear to
What's up, David? David says, sounds like you're feeling better. I sound a little hoarse today, and I think it's just the air. I'm not sick. But I am feeling better. It was a strange sickness. I talked about it on Sunday. How the whole weekend it really hit me on Friday. I was down really bad on Friday. Obviously Saturday, Sunday I was feeling not any better, and by Monday late morning, I went from coughing and sneezing and all kinds of stuff to nothing at all by Monday afternoon. It was the weirdest thing. It's like my body said, enough, turn it off. So there's a lot of sickness going on everywhere, and I don't want to get sick again. So I'm going to be a little cautious here in the next few months, at least. Okay, what are you doing? You got to get him down.
What's that?
You got to get him down off of that.
Oh.
Yeah, they will not have that. You cannot do this. You cannot come up here, get on top of that, and plain spot. All it does is take one person to screw it up for everyone. Started allowing us to come back up here in plain spot. They just started letting people come back up here in plain spot. But like any stuff like that, ruin it. Like they'll shut it down again. Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. Yeah, they're very on edge, I should say. So, all right, no worries. All right, have fun. He says he was on vacation. Well, even more so. Don't go jumping on top of things. I'm very protective of this parking garage now. It's been years. It's taken me years to get up here. The management before the current management here at this parking garage was absolutely 100%, and I don't know how long it went on for. It probably went on for many, many years. And for whatever reason, they woke up one day and said, hey, there's people that actually like to come plain spot up here. This might be a way to generate some revenue, which is 100%. I'm on board for that. That makes total sense. But they're very, I will say this, if you guys come up here in plain spot, you do have to have a car. And they tell me every single time, stay next to your car. And as long as you're not doing anything, as long as you're not climbing up on the side of the walls, you'll be okay. So the last thing I want is someone to climb the wall, get hurt, fall off the parking garage because they were plane spotting, and then it's done. It's done. So if I got to be the parent, oh well.
November 40 kilo, last transmission came in extremely broken and readable. November 40 kilo, safe position. November 40 kilo, report 2 miles northwest of Crystal Pier. Expect altitude out above 500, altimeter 2984.
Delta Flight 1210 heading to Salt Lake City. It's an A321. We do have the Lufthansa A350 now pushing back the flight to Munich.
Airbus in position, wind 3008, runway 27, clear to land.
So last 27, no last 27.
From Denver, wearing the Star Alliance livery, though you really couldn't see it. Flight 1281. That was Alaska flight coming in from Phoenix, Arizona, flight 1275, a 737-900ER. Alex P. Back with the $2 Super Jet. Thanks so much, Alex. This is ready to head to Munich. See, 38A. Thanks, Kevin. 38A. So you'll be on the left-hand side, the port side. 38. Let's see here. 38. Does that take you right over the wing, right? Are you near the engine wing on the port side, left side? That was the Southwest Flight 1734 coming up from San Jose, California, 737-700. This ECHAT Alaska SkyWest Flight 3453 heading to SFO. Also Southwest Airlines Flight 760 heading to SFO in a 737-800. Looks like we got the Lufthansa A350 now on the move. Four windows for the back of the plane? Is that what you meant? Or it's 38A, is that far back? 2 seats past the wing.
Clear for takeoff.
Takeoff 27, passenger departure 2.
November 4, Zulu Kilo, please about with takeoff on offshore, maintain Avro 500, report will be here.
Another FedEx feeder. This one is Cessna Super Cargo Master coming in from Imperial. It's like 7684, just 22 minutes out, actually. I thought it was closer. We'll see.
Southwest 760 on 27, clear for takeoff.
Clear takeoff on 27, Southwest 760.
Okay, 3410, number 7 on 27, on 48.
27 on 48, got 3410.
November 4, Zulu Kilo, Ilium Bravo 62 miles south, contact downtown 135.1. That's 135.1, 342.
Pull away from that for a second. I see another Osprey.
Got 34, continue holding position, traffic's crossing downfield. Roger, we'll hold position, contact what's that? Southwest 760, contact SoCal, see it. Switch to Southwest 760. Southwest 760 checking in out of 1600 climbing via Padre. Southwest 760, contact SoCal, 119.6. Moved into the bus pit. See it. Skip over 4 lemon attack, have holding position with 29 out, flight control 127, clear to land.
All right, the Lufthansa A350 now crossing over 27.
That's 3410, winds 300, flight for 127, clear for takeoff. Set takeoff, set 347. Southwest 47, number 10, that was 4 miles from 27 left way. 37 mile away, South 47. Southwest 47, with 27, clear for takeoff. 27, clear takeoff, that's 457. November 691 Charlie Charlie, Limber Tax, have holding position, only 27, clear to land. Square 3410, contact SoCal, flight to see it. See it, Sky 3410.
Again, this is Lufthansa Flight 467 heading back to Munich on a 1-year-old A350-900. We have a Alaska flight coming in from Portland next arrival.
Southwest 47, contact SoCal, flight to see it. That's 467, thanks for your help, we'll see it. Exit 566, limit tax, accept immediate. Affirmative, exit 566. 4 miles, 2 miles, 27 on a push, ready to go. 546, yes, 566, on 27. Oscar 1204, turn left at Bravo 8, all the Pascal bars is away on that trip, traffic 3 miles fast, and contact down. Down Pascal bars, that's 1204. Division 85, number tax has maybe holding position, only 27, clear to land. Only 27, clear left. Division 5, 66, 2908, 752 miles. Move away, only 27, clear for takeoff. Clear, 27, clear takeoff, good jet, 566. for top and over, please. And bullet 41 to the Bravo, straight northbound off the below 5 runway, 298
You know what I've noticed? I just thought about this. I have never seen them do a runway check. I have never seen ops do a runway check on days that we've been here. I just realized that.
Copy 1041 number contact, southeast 5 mile minus 27, last right. 7 left, 3620.
$2 super chat reminder. 38 Alpha 38A is his seat number. All right. Did you guys say is right after the wing? Fourth after the wing? Are you before that door? After that door? I would assume you're after that door. Fourth or fifth window from the back. All right. Oh, is that a sign? Hey, I see my logo. I think I saw we logo. Thank you, Alex. Have a great flight to Munich. So, Alex, you're gonna let us know what that sign says in the window? It looked like our logo. Is it just our logo? Nice. I guess you guys are just going to wait there. Oh, apparently we have another AVLer on the flight too. Marco Hernandez says C25D. That would be on the right-hand side of the plane. We'll have a great flight, Marco and Alex. Not sure what the holdup is.
Lufthansa 2 Papa Heavy, wind 27, runway 27, clear for takeoff. Lufthansa 2 Papa Heavy, runway 27, clear for takeoff. Good, so 1 leaving Bravo, picking up through connect.
Off they go, heading to Munich, rolling down runway 27. They go. All right, guys, that is going to wrap it up for us here today. A little slow here at San Diego, but a great ending. Thank you, Alex, for the poster, the sign in the window. That was awesome. Thanks again. Have a great flight there to Munich. Thanks you guys for tuning in here today. Our next live broadcast will be back high atop the H Hotel on Friday morning. It should be 11 a.m. start. I'm looking at the weather. As long as it's not extremely hot, which it can change, we will have a start time of 11 a.m. on Friday high atop the H Hotel. If it does get a little warm, then things will change just a little bit. Next week, we're heading up to SFO. Wednesday and Thursday are the shows there from Bayfront Park, there at SFO, Wednesday and Thursday of next week. And then 3 weeks from today, we take you back to New York to the JFK TWA Hotel for some blood plane spotting there as well. We'll also be back this Sunday for the Big Sunday show back in Los Angeles. So thanks you guys for tuning in here today. Thanks for your awesome support. Thanks for great moms always doing a great job. In San Diego, you might be a little quiet here today, but you're still classy. You're still classy. All right, we'll see you guys back there up the road, up the 405, back in Los Angeles. All right. Thanks, you guys. We'll see you soon.
Spirit to the Pentecostal kilometers, face northbound, offshore, at or below 500. Altimeter standard 85, report on crystal clear. South 2360, South Santa Approach today. Today's South Santa Approach. Here for the promo, say President of Neo, and we hope that 74 will be through.
Friday, if not sooner, from all of us here at Airline Videos Live. Good night, everyone.